Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Mr. Audley Shaw was in Parliament yesterday. Opposition spokesman on finance, making his budget presentation. We are hoping to have Mr. Shaw with us at 10:30. So we'll postpone that discussion until he's here. Interesting presentation he made, in my view. A devastating criticism of the government's fiscal and economic policies. Not just devastating, but frightening. And of course, there were some other matters, matters of scandal. The traffic bureau matter was brought up again, and there was the very disturbing matter of the fire trucks. But you know what we have, it seems to me, is a scandal-ridden government. Almost everything about it is scandalous. You know? In the meantime, Mr. Shaw, in terms of occupation of space in the media, had a lot of competition from that event which took place in Western Kingston yesterday. We are told by the Gleaner, which headlined the story, we are told by them that 4 persons were shot dead in a... Let's hold on. 4 killed as police gunmen clash in Tivoli and Denham Town. Police and gunmen clash in Tivoli and Denham Town. That is the subhead. But then, later in the story, they tell us that the Gleaner saw no evidence. The Gleaner, hold on. The Gleaner, where it is now, police. The Gleaner saw no evidence of any clash with any... Hold on. I'm trying to find the exact point in the story where this was said. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Yes. The Gleaner saw no evidence of any clash. Yes, the Gleaner witnessed no evidence of an exchange between heavily armed police personnel and gunmen. The Gleaner saw no evidence of that, but on the front page they tell you that that is what happened. I don't quite understand that. Huh? Why is throughout the media last night, we were hearing about this clash between the police and gunmen. But the Gleaner isn't the only, it isn't only the Gleaner's reporter that is telling us that they saw no evidence of that. There is at least one other reporter who I heard saying that. No evidence of any clash between gunmen and the police. But that is what the police claim happened. And the story coming out of Superintendent Hewitt's mouth is that the police went into a yard in Pink Lane. And as they entered the yard, they saw a number of men, I think about 15 men, if I remember rightly, in the yard. And when the men saw them, one of the men apparently opened fire on them. And then all hell broke loose. Plenty of gunfire. And they were pinned down for about what? About an hour or something like that. Yes. Now, one of the questions to be asked is whether the police story, in all the circumstances of the case, is credible. We are told that this was a joint police military patrol group, whatever. We were told yesterday on this program by the mayor that Mr. Golding spoke to the police officer in charge of that area. No, I think at the Denham Town it wasn't Superintendent Hewitt. But a police officer responded to Mr. Golding's question by saying that he knew of no operation that was being carried out in that area. So, what, may I ask, what were the police doing in force in that area? And why were they pushing open people's doors and going into yards? What were they looking for? I mean, is this their usual practice? And we are also hearing from Superintendent Hewitt how heavily armed people are in that area, and that this is the kind of response that you would be expecting from them in the circumstances. So why not, if the people are all that heavily armed, it seems to me that something should be done about that. But the same problem exists up in Arnett Gardens, and they don't seem to be doing very much about it. We hear that yesterday a group of policemen who had been posted as a barrier between two hostile groups, that they left on the summons of their colleagues down in Denham Town, in the Denham Town area, to help put them down there. And when they left, there was a clash between the groups. One of them, heavily armed gunmen, went into the other area, kicked down doors and shot a number of people. So why not do something systematic about it? Anyway, I can't help remembering that this is an election year. I can't help remembering, and I make no apology for repeating it. I can't help remembering that since 1993, every time that an election has approached, something of the order of what went on yesterday, and sometimes worse, has occurred in that Western Kingston area, focused usually upon Tivoli Gardens. This is an election year. One expected something like this to happen. In fact, there were what I would regard as signals. Do you remember that story about 100, not 100, I beg your pardon. It started out at 30 heavily armed men with high-powered weapons going from Tivoli Gardens into Rima, or towards Rima, and then at some point the 30 became 50, and the police had wind of this activity, and they blocked them, and the men turned around and walked back through the Maypen Cemetery back into Tivoli Gardens with their heavy arms, and the police apparently watched them go, and did nothing about it. Well, yesterday's violent outbreak didn't surprise me. I expected it to happen. In fact, I expected it to be more concentrated on Tivoli than it appears to have been. But maybe that was strategic. Or tactical, whichever. But, this is frightening. It's frightening. This country is descending, or perhaps has descended, into a pit. I was talking yesterday on this program to Lord Boyne, who had in his article in the Observer on Sunday, he mentioned that a poll that had been done, one of the findings of which was that 85% of the people do not believe that the government is to be trusted. We take a break. Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Okay, I got this morning, earlier on this morning, I got a message from a soldier. He says that, if he were running Jamaica, if he were the Prime Minister, there was no way that I could stay here. And if I stayed here, it would be behind bars. But he's an ardent listener to the program. I wonder why. Anyway, I tell you what, we're going to be having Mr. Shaw with us at At 5:30. Let's take a call in the meantime. What? Oh Lord. Okay. The lines are open. If anybody wants to join us for a quick call. Hello?
Good morning, sir.
Hello, morning.
Yes, ma'am. This is BSC.
Hello? Your voice is sounding very muffled.
What I'm trying to say,
Yes?
I would like to really find out towards the Prime Minister Association of
Eh?
what have they Jamaica?
What have they what? You're in a cell phone. Hello? No, sorry, we're not hearing you. Okay, hello?
Yes, man.
Yes, morning.
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Good, man. I didn't know that politics and water mix up.
Politics and water?
Yes, and fire truck mix up.
Politics and fire truck?
Politics, fire truck, and water mix up, Mr. Perkins.
Yes? You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Why?
No, I heard this morning talking about the Renault trucks and Mr. Shaw last night.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday evening. But listen, tell you something. As a man who know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
You see those French fire trucks?
Yes.
Renault. The name is Renault.
Uh-huh.
When they ordered them in the 80s.
When what?
In the 80s.
Yes.
When those trucks came to Jamaica.
Yes.
I saw where a lady was pointing out that just the body of the trucks, it's 8 clamps hold down the body onto the chassis. And these present trucks only have 4 clamps.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's a mistake, definitely. But, you know, in the 80s when times should be intelligent, I mean when people are intelligent and people know better, you know, they ordered those trucks with hydraulic brakes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
And those trucks should have full air brakes because we in the business, when trucks like them Bedford truck and them Ford truck came like in the late 60s and so, we used to convert them to full air.
Yes.
And yet, in the 80s, they are them with hydraulic
So
brakes.
what? What is the relevance of that?
The relevance is that the Renault trucks park because they're not on good brake.
That is, but hold on.
I'm telling you.
You said that they were ordered with hydraulic brakes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Air over hydraulics. We call them air over hydraulics.
Yes. What is wrong with hydraulic brakes?
The air over hydraulics that's good for heavy duty trucks.
They're not
Not
good.
suitable for heavy duty trucks.
So unsuitable.
No, because that's where they park most of them. And it's not them alone. Even some garbage trucks and some tipper trucks too. That came from France.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, ask me. I'm here.
They were ordered with hydraulic brakes.
Where they were ordered, but they came to Jamaica with hydraulic brakes.
Well, do you know whether the choice was made of hydraulic brakes over air brakes?
Well, whether the choice was made or not, the trucks are here, and some of them are still here.
Yes.
Hydraulic brakes.
But I was hearing that the fire department is saying that the best trucks that they have are those French Renault trucks.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I know.
What is your qualification?
No, you take over what is yours?
What is your qualification?
You take over the full.
I am asking you, sir.
I am a certified heavy duty mechanic.
You're a certified what?
Heavy duty.
You're a certified heavy duty mechanic.
Yes.
What's your name, sir?
I don't have to tell you my name.
But how you mean?
Hold on.
If you came and told me that you're the king of the...
I'm not king. Nobody is on king business.
No, but you're telling me that you're a certified hydraulic...
And I said heavy duty mechanic.
Heavy duty mechanic. Yes.
Yes.
How am I to know that that is true?
Ask me anything.
Okay, in any event, sir.
Ask me anything about motor vehicle.
Yes.
Anything at all you want. Anything. And I'll answer you.
Yes.
Okay.
In any event, sir.
Yes.
We are... it is my understanding...
Yes.
That the fire department...
Yes.
Recommended the Renault trucks.
Well, fine. But ask them if they don't have problem with the brakes.
Do you know of any... How long have those trucks been here since the 1980s?
Yes, about 85 or 86.
Yes. Do you know of an instance in which one of those trucks being driven to a fire or had the kind of incident that
like the body came off?
Yes.
No.
Or any such thing?
No, but
or the truck crashed?
It may have other problems.
Or the truck crashed? Do you know of any such one?
Yeah, what is it, man?
I mean, what I say?
Yes, man.
Well, tell me now. Give me an example.
And let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. Because you probably a minute now. It's not the garbage truck. Not the fire trucks alone. You have some tipper trucks that the government had.
No. Hold on. We're talking about fire trucks now.
Yes, but not the same company like them.
Do you know of any case in which one of those fire trucks had an accident? The Renault fire trucks had an accident as soon after it came to Jamaica than as happened in the case of these others from the States? No. You don't know of any?
No, I don't have that case.
Oh, I see.
But I'm telling you now. Let me go on further. I'll tell you.
Do you know that the fire department recommended the Renault trucks?
I am not so sure of that.
That Mr. Shaw
I'm not so sure of that.
Mr. Shaw read from a document in Parliament yesterday.
All right, and let me tell you something further. You see, where people are saying that these American trucks now, they can't go in and out of traffic as fast. Let me tell you that Jamaicans do not believe. These trucks, they are with the present day trucks. They came with some Allison 5-speed automatic transmission. Right? And let me tell you something. You check anybody and over worldwide, even a drugstore, it has a 2-speed automatic.
Look here, sir.
To move fast.
Hold on a little bit.
That move fast.
Hold on a little bit.
Because
you're trying to you're propagandizing.
No.
And it is plain.
No. I'm telling you about
because the government itself is admitting that there are serious problems with these vehicles.
With what?
Am I right?
With the automatic transmission
there are serious vehicles. There's arising out of the accident that one had.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I'm saying.
And the manufacturers of the trucks have been invited down to Jamaica to look at them. Is that so?
Yes, but I'm saying.
And it is being admitted that alterations have to be made for them.
Yes, but Mr. Perkins, if you have a round tank.
So what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about there are mistakes on the Renault trucks and also on these trucks.
What are the mistakes on the Renault trucks?
I'm telling you the brakes weren't good.
Yes, but you cannot tell me of any instance.
Similar.
Any instance where one of the Renault trucks had the kind of
not that particular, but it has they had brake problem all over.
What sort of problem?
Not Mr. Perkins, you know of a heavy duty truck.
Give me an instance of one such problem that you're talking about.
You know of a heavy duty truck with hydraulic brakes kind of water.
May I beg you, sir? Give me an example of an incident in which one of those trucks was involved.
Not with the body that fell off. Not with that, Mr. Perkins, but it has other problems.
What are the problems, sir?
I'm telling you that they have hydraulic, they have brake problems.
Well, if they have brake problems, then one would expect that over all these years would have resulted in some stupendous accidents.
And let me tell you something. When they market the Renault...
Would you expect that?
All right, let me tell you this. I'll leave you. When they market the Renault trucks in Jamaica... when they market it in the United States, you know what they call it, Mr. Perkins? They use the same cab and the same engine. But when they go to the United States, they modify them a little bit. And you know what they call them, buddy? Give me a guess.
What?
M-A-C-K, Mach. But it has the same Renault engine and the same Renault gearbox, but they put a different... they do not use the Renault gearbox in America. Sometimes they put in the automatic transmission and the same Renault engine and the same chassis.
But you're talking...
No, I'm telling you.
Hold on a little bit. I cannot verify that
What?
right now.
You got,
But hold on a little bit. What I'm asking you to tell me
Yes.
is about the accidents in which these trucks, over all these years, with all these serious defects that you're talking about, or this serious defect that you're talking about, how is it that you can't tell me about some serious accident
No, but no, that I tell you,
in which
you will
they have been involved?
You will hear further on the day that they used to have a serious problem with the hydraulic brakes.
Where is the evidence?
Mr.
What
Perkins,
is
you
the
will hear
evidence?
other people tell you.
What is the... So you don't know of any
don't know.
serious accident that these
Mr. Perkins,
trucks with defective brakes
Mr. Them.
hurrying to a fire along crowded roads.
But
You don't know of any instance in which one of those trucks has had a serious
telling you that
accident.
they park most of them for that. Because
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
you don't want to hear the truth.
Thank you. No, it is not. I don't want to hear the truth. I want to be sure that what I'm hearing is the truth, reasonably sure. And it doesn't sound like that coming out of your mouth. Thank you very much. Good day. Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Shaw.
Good morning there, Brother P.
How are you?
I am fine, sir. Thank
Good.
you.
Look here, I heard you on the Breakfast Club this morning.
Yes.
Accepting a suggestion made by one of the hosts that your speech in Parliament yesterday was not very much devoted to scandal. And you said that there were only two, I can't remember what you called them, but there were only two.
There were several affairs that I mentioned.
Eh?
There were several affairs that I mentioned.
Yeah, a couple of affairs, you said. Huh? But I would like to suggest to you, Mr. Shaw,
Yes, sir.
that the truth is that your speech in Parliament yesterday was almost entirely, except for at the end of towards the end of the speech, you talked about what the Labour Party government would do. That otherwise your speech was entirely devoted to scandal.
Well, certainly, I mean, the whole mismanagement of the country over the past 18 years in itself is itself the biggest scandal of all. The debt that has been racked up in this country, where every one of us this year will owe, over $350,000, every citizen of Jamaica. That in itself,
including that little one that just emerged
out
into
of
the light in the Victoria Jubilee Hospital a while ago.
$359,000 this year.
Eh?
Yes, everybody.
Mm.
And then the burden of it is going to a disproportionate level of the population, because about 400,000 people don't even have any jobs.
Yes.
So they can't even contribute to repaying that debt.
Uh-huh.
And so what we have is a situation where the country, we are poor, we are getting poorer. I pointed out that in 1970, Barbados, Jamaica, and Singapore were at roughly the same level of development.
In 1970. Mm-hmm.
We all three of us, we were $750 per capita GDP. Barbados was $800 and Singapore was just over $900 US.
Uh-huh.
Today, Jamaica is at $3,600 GDP per
That's
capita.
what they tell us.
Pardon me?
That's what they tell us.
Yes, that's what they tell us.
Uh-huh.
But in Barbados, it is $11,000 US.
$11,000
US per capita GDP.
Uh-huh.
And in Singapore, it is $26,000 US
uh-huh.
per capita GDP.
Yes.
What they are producing per person over there.
Yes. So we are lagging in the back.
We're lagging way behind. And, not surprisingly, in the 1980s, we were ranking somewhere like in the 70s in the UNDP Human Development ranking.
Uh-huh.
Out of 177 countries, we were about 70 odd. Today we are 104. So we're heading in the wrong direction. Barbados is now down to 31. And Singapore is at 25. One being at the top.
And the impression, well, one has the impression that there has been no focus whatever upon economic development.
No, not at all.
None whatever.
None whatever, Mutty.
It is purely a matter of borrowing money and hoping that one will be able to borrow more to service that what we have borrowed.
Yes, but you see, it is such a serious matter that we have to keep repeating it. Now, what is happening in this next 5 years, over the next 5 years, almost half of the debt is due to be paid, you know.
Yes.
But what does what would the finance minister do? He simply borrow more money to pay off the debt.
Can you believe, Mr. Shaw, that the finance minister or any other member of his government really believes that they will be able to go on doing this indefinitely?
Well, you see, let me tell you, first of all, the country cannot allow them to go on.
No, forget that.
Indefinitely.
Forget whether the country will allow them. Is it possible to believe that you can go on doing that immediately? Or is this some kind of pyramid scheme?
Well, let me say this to you. It is a kind of pyramid scheme, because if it were to continue like this, one day the creditors will wake up and say, hold on, I can't lend you any more money.
Absolutely.
Because I'm not sure I'm going to get it back.
Absolutely.
And then you end up into default because you can't afford to pay the debt. And then you end up in some kind of crisis, and then you become a sort of situation where the IMF or whoever has to step in, and you get into crisis management. What we have put forward as the alternative is that we've got to start dealing with the problem of how you earn your way out of your debt problem. You cannot borrow your way out of debt. You have to earn your way out of debt, and let debt become a diminishing percentage of the gross domestic product.
But one would expect, Mr. Shaw, that the acquisition of debt would be for the purpose of increasing our productive capacity primarily, right? Making it possible for us to service the debt and to get an increased income from the investment of that debt.
Absolutely, and that was the burden of my presentation, that the finance minister is not borrowing money to put it to productive use so that you can earn your way.
Yes.
He's borrowing money simply to finance the budget. And he's borrowing money to pay back debt.
So why
and the irony is this, take the $400 or so billion that has to be paid back in the next 5 years.
Yes.
If he were to stay in power, all he does is he pays the people the $400 billion and say, listen, I'm paying you this, but I need to borrow back $500 billion from you.
Yes.
And then they exact perhaps a higher interest cost premium because they are getting increasingly nervous that, boy, this man is not only borrowing, but he has to borrow more in order to stay. Right? So at some stage, well, right now, as I tried to tell the people yesterday, all that is happening now manifests itself in poverty. And the Planning Institute of Jamaica, who keep telling us that poverty is going down. This is something that there is something very fishy about their own way in which they measure the poverty levels. But what I strongly suspect is that those levels are masked by the consumption patterns which are supported by remittances. Now, when you begin to analyze the quality of life that we are living beyond remittances, and I gave the example yesterday of the housing stock.
Yes.
The housing stock in Jamaica is badly run down. The ability of the housing trust, for instance, to satisfy demand is not a function of resources, because they are cash rich. It is a function, rather, of the inability of the population to take up what the housing trust has to offer.
Yes.
So that, as I said yesterday, no doubt the Prime Minister is coming next week to announce that she's going to cut the interest rate from 2% to 1.5% on housing trust loans. And she's going to increase the ceiling from $3 million per person to $4 or $5 million. But guess what, Mutty? When Mr. Patterson made the same announcement 2 years ago, the people of Jamaica have been the housing trust contributors have been unable to qualify for the new ceiling of $3 million and 2% interest rate, because their earning power is limited. And even those that made it and qualified for the loan, you know what? The level of arrears has now gone up. In fact, the auctions have gone up from 8% 3 years ago to 17%, where the housing trust has to be auctioning people's homes.
But Mr. Shaw, the Minister of Finance is not a fool. He's a highly educated, and as far as I understand, a thoughtful man, serious about, what he's doing and so on. How then does one explain the policies which the minister and his government have persistently followed, which you described a moment ago, as you agreed with me, seems to be a kind of pyramid scheme,
yes,
which is bound to collapse someday?
Yes.
Right. What is the explanation that you offer for it?
All right, because
may I add something else?
Yes.
Right? I heard you saying that making a lot of comment on the fact that the minister and the government decided some time ago, early in its return to office after 1989, to abandon borrowing from multilateral organizations like the World Bank and so on.
Yes.
And to borrow instead at substantially higher rates of interest from the capital market.
Yes.
Right? Where they could be getting money at 3 and 4%. They have been borrowing at 15 down to 14, 13%. Right?
Yes.
And I believe it is where? At about 10% now?
No, 11.6, almost 12%.
Well, there you are, 11.6. Right? What is it that explains that? Could the government see that as being in the interest of pauperized Jamaican people who can't even buy food to put on them table, and when them got sick and go to hospital, them here say them have to pay how much money, and if them can't pay it, then them can't get treatment. Right? How could the minister and his government see that as being in the interest of the Jamaican people to be paying 12% interest when they could be paying 3%?
Come back later, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Could you explain that?
All right. Well, I was about to say...
Hold on just a moment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're back with you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes,
you have an explanation for that?
Well, I was about to say that it's a question better directed at the minister. But it is something that I put to him yesterday as well. And one of the things, is that what he says and what he does are two completely different things.
Oh.
Right? Now, in answering your question, let's go back to a presentation he made in 2003 dealing with the issue of debt and the deficit. These are his words. We cannot continue to put off tackling head-on the issue of the debt. One cannot, on the one hand, speak about the need to curtail the growth of debt, and at the same time support a continued deficit. Secondly, there's a practical cost to running a deficit. The interest rate that the country is charged for its borrowings, both domestic and external, is higher the greater the demand by government for credit. This means that not only will foreign creditors exact a penalty if the deficit remains, but so will domestic creditors. End of quote. That sounds like me talking, but that wasn't me.
But Mr.
That was the finance minister, and when he said that, Mutty, in 2003, the stock of debt in Jamaica was something like 750, heading for $800 billion. Okay? And today, it is $250 billion more, heading for $1 trillion mark. After that speech of 2003.
But Mr. Shaw, if I were a minister of government and I said something and did another thing,
yes,
the reasonable inference to be drawn would be that the thing I said, and if I did this consistently, the reasonable inference to be drawn would be that the thing that I said I considered to be something that would be in the public interest.
Yes.
And therefore the public would find it acceptable and attractive. That when I did something else, something contrary to that, then the inference would be that although I knew where the public interest lay, I was more driven to serve some other interest in what I am doing. Am I right?
Yes.
Would there be any other explanation?
Well, you know, Mutty, I don't want to let the minister off the hook, because what I would say, however, is that the minister himself publicly in the parliament one day, when I said to him that part of his problem is that he does not understand how a market economy works and how to get the wheels of production going again in Jamaica. And I said to him that part of his policies is the sort of distributionist approach, public sector distributionist approach, which is the socialist thinking. And he beat his chest and said to me, I am a socialist. And the day that my party stepped from socialism is the day that I will step from my party. Right? Now, he, I believe, and the PNP have never shown any great appetite for how they can concentrate in a focused way on getting production, broad-based production going into Jamaica. They have closed it down. And the essential problem in Jamaica right now, you know, what is happening in the tourism sector is not some design by the People's National Party. The investment in the tourism sector is a buck up. They buck up on it, and I'm glad.
But Mr.
It is part of the post 9/11 phenomenon of where new investment in tourism is going in terms of a regional phenomenon.
The borrowing money at 13%, when you could have borrowed it at 3%, is not serving any socialist interest.
Yes.
What that is doing is transferring money more effectively from the poor to the rich on a scale greater than has occurred in this country since slavery was abolished.
And you know who said that?
And I know who said it.
That's right.
That
we all know who said it.
The Reverend Deacon Thwaites.
Absolutely.
Right? I heard you quoting him in Parliament yesterday.
Yes.
Right. So is the purpose then, is what Mr. Thwaites said so many years ago, back I think it was in 2002, was it?
And you're saying, how come they are continuing with this?
How come they are continuing with it?
Well, you know, Mutty, let me say this.
Is it that their purpose is not to serve the public interest, but to serve the interest of persons who can make more money, have more money transferred to them, right?
Yes.
from the poor to themselves, the rich, to make them richer?
And quite frankly, Mutty, I don't think that Mr. Davis gives a damn about this thing.
I see.
Because as far as I can see, he appears to be a man on his way out. Okay? I made the point yesterday, it's so easy for him to pick up his phone, call Bear Stearns in New York and say, listen, let's get $300 million, sell some more bonds. I won't even be around when these bonds are being paid because these are now 30-year bonds. He's not purchasing or selling what you call 5 or 10-year bonds anymore. He's now mortgaging us over a 30-year period instead. And that is why the amortization is looking a little lower this year, because he's taking on additional instruments now that are over a much longer period of time.
But even if he's on his way out, Mr. Shaw, he's going to find himself in trouble, having to be helping to pay this thing back when he has left office. Or is it that, like Mr. Patterson,
yes,
he would not be prepared to live in Jamaica under some other government?
Yes. But you see, Mutty, what I think the people of Jamaica, because a very important event is happening later this year, and the people are going to be called upon, as they are called upon every 4 or 5 years, to make a decision about the kind of government and kind of governance that they want in the country. And this is why I spent 1/3 of my time, almost half of my speech, was dedicated to putting forward a plan that is going to cause us to not only to earn our way out of the debt problem in Mutty, because that's not the sole purpose of living, to pay debt.
Yes.
The plan is to to chart a new course so that we can begin to create wealth and to allow individuals in Jamaica to create the kind of wealth that can enhance significantly their quality of life that they live in this country. It can't be just about to service debt, but more fundamentally, to be able to earn so that you can have decent housing. You can send your children to any school you want to send them to. You can drive any SUV vehicle that you want to drive, because you are making the environment one in which people can invest, you can flourish, your income doesn't have to be overtaxed, your rate of taxation must go down, because your rate of productivity and production and output is increasing, that we can earn foreign exchange, and we can live a peaceful and safe life in Jamaica.
But none of that seems to be on the program.
None of it. And what I need to tell the people, Mutty, is this. Here's the key thing. Because this must be Omar Davis's mantra. There's the argument that no country really can go bankrupt. Right? Well, that might be true. But I tell you something. It manifests itself in poverty.
Yes.
It manifests itself in social depravity.
Yes.
It manifests itself in the kind of crime
and we
that
are seeing it here, Mr. Shaw. We are seeing it in front of us, and we're not understanding.
And we're not understanding it.
Yes. You mentioned another.
Mutty, when last year you ever fly over Jamaica and see how many houses in depressed communities the zinc is kept down by blocks and stone?
Well, I have seen it. I've seen it, not flying over, but I've seen it.
Let me tell you something. It would marvel you if you get a little half of a breeze blow in Jamaica. Half of the roofs are gone.
Are gone, yes. Absolutely. You mentioned yesterday also something else that the minister is doing. Disregarding the law and the Constitution.
Yes.
And allocating resources without the approval of Parliament.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It is a common thing. I mean, in the actions of the minister, in the every now and one gathers that a lot of money, and you mentioned this too, is being allocated from the Petrocaribe Fund.
Yes.
Again without parliamentary approval.
Yes.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
Hold on just a moment.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, Mr. Shaw. This business of defying the Constitution.
Yes.
Well,
You know,
let's set the stage, because some of these matters, they require repetition for it to sink into all of us what they're doing. In this budget that we are debating, and which is about to start, the expenditure for which has started already, $14 billion out of this budget has already been expended. When you see the capital budget is listed at $39 billion, and the undiscerning look at it and say, oh, wonderful, capital was only $24 billion last year, and it is now up to $39 billion. That's wonderful. But when you disaggregate it, you find that $14 billion of it is to service debt incurred over several years.
Yes.
Deferred financing payments for schools built in Western Jamaica. Deferred financing for roads. Washington Boulevard, Hope Road. In many cases, those were contracts that were not even awarded by a competitive system. Any contractor who could find the money, they say, all right, you find the money, you get the contract under deferred financing scheme.
Yes.
And then the bills have come now to be paid.
Yes.
Letters of undertaking issued, and the bills come now to be paid.
But
And
this is not
Parliament has not been involved in the approval of the expenditure of that $14 billion.
Yes.
But he has brought it now, and Parliament must approve it as expenditure retroactively.
A rubber stamping.
Rubber stamp.
But
No, that is illegal and that is unconstitutional.
Yes. But it is also indicative of how little Parliament thinks of itself. Parliament, the members of Parliament, certainly the majority members in Parliament, do not understand their role in safeguarding the public interest.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Mutty.
They don't understand what Parliament is there for. So if their friend, the minister, comes and tells them they have spent $14 billion, well, all right, fine, rubber stamp it, not wrong.
And then the latest creature now, as you mentioned a while ago from my speech, is the Petrocaribe funds.
Yes.
Right? Now, the circumvention mechanism that they have used here is to set up some special board, and they passed an amendment to the Petroleum Act to set up a Petrocaribe fund, which is managed by a board which is chaired by the financial secretary.
Yes.
Right? But when the minister says to the financial secretary, in the present dispensation, in how this country is operating, when the minister says to the financial secretary, I need this money for road work, you think the financial secretary is going to tell him you can't get it?
No, it doesn't sound like that.
No. And last year alone, they took $3.7 billion from Petrocaribe for roads.
Uh-huh.
They took $4.7 billion for Air Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
They took over $2 billion for Clarendon Alumina Productions. They took over $3 billion for the Sugar Company of Jamaica. And the latest one they're going to have to start taking money now from Petrocaribe to help out now is NROC.
Yes.
Because that is the latest scandal in terms of what is happening in this country.
Yes.
NROC accumulated losses of $1.6 billion last year, and they are going to have $2.5 billion in losses this year.
Uh-huh. This is the road program.
That's the road program.
Highway program.
So we one day driving up and down and paying every day.
Yes.
Right? All of that money is going to the French people who are operating the company.
Uh-huh.
And we now, remember, we had borrowed money as part of our equity into the road.
Yes,
We borrowed close to 100 million United States dollars.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
We borrowed it in part from the local pension fund
Was it
industry.
close to or more than?
Sorry?
I seem to remember it was more than 100 million.
It might be.
Yeah.
But we borrowed also 8% on the international market, and we said to them at the time, you can't borrow money at 8% to build road. It is too expensive. Well, now it turns out, not only did they do that, Mutty, but there is a clause in the particular loan scheme that they used where the actual payments can be affected by the rate of inflation. They call us that kind of bond, they call it a bond inflation system. Okay? And this coming year alone, $615 million additional dollars have to be paid out because of bond inflation. So we heard the minister in the press conference last week saying, well, you know, the ministry has to take it over and take another look at it, and TBJ and NROC will have to look about refinancing. He's very glib, you know, about it. Right?
But look here, Mr. Shaw.
So we are there now. We are paying out. We, the people, are paying to drive on the roads. But the government, through NROC, is not even getting any money to service the debt. So the debt that the government incurred as its equity into the road, we are now going to have to be servicing that from other money, whether general revenue, Petrocarib, whatever. Because they were lying to us when Bobby Pickersgill told us that they had achieved their traffic count targets. And that would have implied, Mr. Perkins, that if you have achieved all of your targets, then you achieve your income, and then, therefore, the government of Jamaica wouldn't be called upon to find extra money to finance the debt. It would be able to service the debt. Now, in the selected public sector entities book, it says very explicitly that they have not achieved their target traffic count, and therefore they are not achieving the required income from the road.
Yes. So something has to be done.
Absolutely.
But look here. We were talking about the violation of the Constitution. Is that not far more serious a matter in its consequences for the Jamaican people than what Jack Smith did?
Oh boy. Oh boy. What Jack Smith did is petty compared with this. Right? The biggest robber in the system. You know where they are.
Yes.
Okay? It is, let me tell you, what I have been trying, and I'm trying to get across to the people of Jamaica, because this issue is bigger than me, it's bigger than you, it's bigger than the Labour Party. I'm trying to get across to the people that we deserve better governance in this country. Whether it is Omar Davis or Audley Shaw as the Minister of Finance, the people of Jamaica deserve better governance. And the people of Jamaica need to understand that if one government in power for 18 years cannot provide good governance, then why in God's earth would you keep them in power?
Well, that's a question for the people to ask themselves.
And this is why, Mutty, I spent considerable time yesterday, and I invite you to take a look at my speech. I don't know if you have it. I'll make sure you get it. Pardon me?
I haven't got it, but
good, I'll arrange for you to get it.
Yes.
But I spent time on what I call a real economic development plan for Jamaica. I'm not even using the word growth. Economic development plan for Jamaica. In which
if the country is or any country is developed economically, then growth follows.
Growth follows.
Automatically.
Growth follows. And we're not talking about inflation growth either.
Yes.
We're talking about real growth where you can see factories going up, where
Absolutely.
you can see people working, and you can see families being formed, and you can see houses being built, and you see wealth being created. And we put forward very, very specific things, including the eventual gradual reduction of corporate and income taxes in order to stimulate investment and savings. We put forward the fact that even on the transfer of property, which has been a problem in Jamaica, we're going to deal with it at two ends. First of all, we're going to reduce the duty on transfer tax and stamp duties. We're going to get rid of the estate or what they call the death tax. And we're going to improve and facilitate the system of title transfers, make it fast, and the whole business of approvals for buildings and stuff like that. Nobody should be sitting around for 2 years waiting on an approval to get a development going in Jamaica. It is absolute nonsense.
But Mr. Shaw, would you put your investment in a country in which neither the law nor the Constitution are shackles?
Well, this is why, Mutty,
because you don't know what is going to happen next.
Well, Mutty, we have boldly put it in our position. I dealt with it yesterday, that there should be constitutional limits on borrowing. And we also believe
but
that...
we do have constitutional limits on borrowing, Mr. Shaw. But again, the minister ignores it.
Well, it's
and
not.
He borrows on.
It's in a law, but it's not in the Constitution.
Oh, it's not in the Constitution.
No, it's
in
a
the law.
loan limit law.
But he disregards the law then.
Yes.
And when he has done violating the law, he comes to Parliament, and Parliament says, "Okay, that's fine.
Increase the ceiling.
Go do it again."
Yes. So there's that you see, Mutty, that's part of governance. Part of effective governance.
Yes.
Is that you need people who are prepared to honor the laws of the land.
But I would suggest to you, Mr. Shaw, that to get investment going in the country again, that is one of the issues that has got to be tackled. We must have a government of law.
Yes.
And a government that respects the Constitution.
Yes.
So that if I put my money in a factory in this country, I know what is likely to happen today and tomorrow and the day after.
Absolutely.
Right? I'm not going to wake up and find that the government said, boy, these banks are making a lot of money, so I must put a 23% cess on them.
Yes. I totally agree with you, Mutty. And what I certainly intend to do is to make this a centerpiece of the debate as we go forward into the upcoming campaign.
Hold on just a moment for me, please, sir. Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, sir.
Another thing of considerable importance that you mentioned yesterday, highly relevant to what we've been talking about, the business of getting development going. Investment and so on. But the significance of which is largely overlooked in this country is the cost of energy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The cost of electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And that is largely the result, is not just of fuel, of petrol prices going up.
That's right, a point I made yesterday.
But of a contract that the government gave to Mirant, which allows Mirant to produce electricity as inefficiently as it chooses.
And pass on the efficiencies and the cost.
Add up the cost of that and put whatever it is, 17% on top of that. And that is their profit.
Yes, and pass it on to us every month.
Yes, and the greater the inefficiency, the greater the profit.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
No.
Which is a double whammy, by the way. That's a double whammy.
Yes.
We're paying for inefficiency, and then we're paying a premium
on inefficiency.
On inefficiency.
Yes.
Mutty, let me tell you this. And we give too short shrift to these issues. The two giant problems that militate against investment in Jamaica today are interest cost, the cost of money, and energy, the cost of energy. There are other things, and I dealt with them too. The bureaucracy, the need for tax reform, the need for more aggressive investment promotion. But the two biggies, Mutty, interest rate and energy cost. You have to start there. And today Clive Mullings will be speaking in the House and will address the matter more fully.
Yes.
But very bluntly I can tell you that Jamaica cannot afford Mirant.
Well,
and Mirant is now wanting to sell, and what?
Well, Mirant having satisfied its appetite,
yes,
right? Is now ready to leave Jamaica.
We have bailed Mirant out of bankruptcy.
Yes, Mirant came here bankrupt. And how many years has it been?
About I think it's 1 or 2 they came here.
Yes, and they have now completely got out of their bankruptcy. They're cool again, and they want to get away free as a bird, leaving the burden.
Yes, and meanwhile now, Mutty, the government is allowing them to be secretly having their discussions and backdoor talking about the sale of JPS.
Have you heard that?
They're talking about it in the United States. Mirant is talking to other foreign persons and is saying to them, listen man, look at the books, you can make some holy for money, we get you already, your time now, and sell it to them at a good price.
Have you heard that?
And no doubt, they, as part of their prospectus, they are showing them the present terms and conditions of the license, in which they surely must conclude you are in a win-win situation.
Yes.
The Jamaicans will just continue to pay, just pass on the bills, no matter that Mr. Charles Matthews, who was the head of JPS and is not here anymore, he said that Jamaicans, one day, some Jamaicans will just not be able to afford electricity.
But that is true right now.
It's true right now.
Yes. That has long been true.
But equally, it is not just a question for the domestic users. If you don't deal with electricity, you will never reopen factories in Jamaica. Because it is a fundamental part of the industrialization strategy.
And if people are going to have to be paying these high prices for electricity, then how are the goods going to be competitive?
Can't be. Cannot be, Mutty. So that is why what I laid out yesterday was an economic framework. If you don't create a framework within which businesses can prosper and people can get decent jobs, then you're going to have the increasing phenomenon of what is being...
But let me ask you, Mr. Shaw.
This phenomenon of what is being,
if the government...
referred to as the informal economy.
If the opposition allows... And I was asking you if you've heard that that the company has, or the Mirant shares have been sold to a Japanese company called Mariuben.
I don't know, but here again, as I say, Mr. Mullings is speaking this evening.
Yes.
So let's see what he has to say on the subject.
But the thing is this, that if the government, if the opposition allows these shares to be sold on the same basis, on the basis of the contract that the government struck up with Mirant, then how are you going to change that?
Well, we are opposed to it, I can tell you.
But shouldn't you make it clear that anybody who buys on the basis of that contract, that a new government coming into office is not going to honor that contract?
Well, I don't want to preempt either Mr. Mullings or the leader of the party. But this is a matter of grave importance.
Yes.
And has grave consequences for the future.
Yes.
And it has to be dealt with, and it will be dealt with by the opposition.
Okay. But it seems to me that if you allow them to go through and buy on the basis of that contract, then they are going to have a reasonable expectation that that contract remains valid.
I think that we are going to have to give them fair warning.
Yes?
Yes.
So it seems to me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thanks for having me.
All the best to you, Mr. Shaw. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to you. I'd like to get on the show, though, if while Mr. Ardy Shaw is on, are they going to take any questions?
No, Mr. Shaw is gone. But you're on now.
Okay. All right. I'm on the show now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I would just want to make a suggestion. I've been following up the conversations regarding what went on in Parliament yesterday.
Yes.
And there's one critical thing that I think that if the opposition gets into power, they'll have to do. And it's something I saw that happened in the UK. And it's what turned around the UK. Because up until a couple of years ago in the UK, every government used to control physical policy.
Used to control
the physical policy. Physical policy, meaning that a government politically, especially like what's happening now, an election is coming up, right? And things may be bad in the economy, you know. And then the government starts announcing things that they're going to actually do.
Yes.
Now, what happened? That went on for years in England, up until a government came in and they said, right, it's wrong that any government that comes into power should be able to change direction of physical policy in a country to suit themselves just to win votes.
What is physical policy?
Monetary policy.
Oh.
Okay? So
monetary policy.
Monetary policy. Then.
What do you understand monetary policy to mean?
Well, basically, it's things like, for example, if a government, say the PNP government is in power now, right? And there's an election coming up. And they go out and they announce that they're going to, for example, through NIS or NHT, they're going to reduce rates that the clients would normally be able to access loans at to a reduced rate and stuff like that. Pardon me?
Yes.
Or turn around and say, okay, next year we're gonna make 1,000 houses available to people on low income and all this kind of stuff, and then we're gonna put interest rates down to this percentage. What they actually did was this: they said no. They said we're gonna make the people who are best astute at dealing with these issues deal with it, which was the Bank of England. So the Bank of England now started to determine monetary policy. And all the heads, all the guys who were in the universities that did economics and all of that, they determined they'd meet at the Bank of England every 3 months or every 2 months and determine monetary policy, whether it should go up or down depending on what GDP is doing and such and such and such.
Yes.
One of the things I'd like to ask Mr. Shaw if they came into power, would they do something like that? Let the economic heads of Jamaica...
You mean allow the people from the intellectual ghetto?
Yes.
To decide monetary policy?
To decide monetary policy.
Well, I think that they would be committing themselves to failure.
Why?
You don't think so?
No. Well, I don't really think so, you know. No, I'll tell you why I don't think so.
You think the intellectual ghetto could supply the brains to do that and to do so dispassionately?
Well, let's face it, right? Let's face it. If you have a school and you want the school to do very well, right? You would go out and you'd look for somebody who's competent. You would sit down as a school board and you'd decide what you want to achieve. And then you'd decide how you go about achieving it. Is that wrong or right?
Well, I heard you.
Okay.
But is that what is going on at the intellectual ghetto?
No, well, okay. It depends on what we call intellectual ghetto. You know, what I'm trying to say is that as Jamaicans, you know, we have some of the best brains in the world. You know.
Yes. But
what we do with our brains.
What we do with them.
How we organize what we do with our brains is going to determine our future.
Yes. And the criteria by which we choose.
Correct.
This man for that job and so on.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying this, right? I was born in England. In the 70s, my parents decided to come to Jamaica, leave England, because they were in England for probably about say 20 years or so.
Yes.
They had 5 children, and they decided to bring those children to Jamaica in the 70s.
Yes.
Most people said to them they were off their heads.
Yes.
As a young person, I came here when I was about 4. I was lucky to get into a primary school. While I was in the primary school, it was at the point where Mr. Manley was in league with some stuff that was going, some aid was coming from Cuba, and they started to upgrade the primary schools. I went through that institution, And then my mom's aim was that she would get us into like a technical institution. Every one of us, 5 of us, passed through the exams that were required to go into this technical institution. And it's one down in St. Elizabeth Tech. Right? Now, when I went into that institution, there was 5 of us as kids. Some of us were brainy, some of us weren't that brainy. But however, I was like, for example, the technical one. Going into that institution, I was exposed to every type of technical resource you can think of. All the latest equipment. I went into the institution in 1979, and I was there for 5 years. Now, I've returned. I went back to the UK when I was about 18. After leaving the institution, I received about 6 or so O levels. Went back to the UK, and I was in the UK when it was Margaret Thatcher's time.
Yes.
And she was saying, you know, I mean, this is the point I'm trying to make to talk about governments. I remember she looked at the UK in that time and she said, "Hey guys, you've won the war, but that's not getting the UK anywhere at this point in time, because the rest of the world is leaving us behind." There was no productivity at the time because everybody was just sitting down thinking, all right, what do we do? And she said, listen, we're going to look at the rest of the world, look at the countries that are increasing productivity and look at where it's getting them. We, as a welfare state, we cannot afford, and this was the catch now, what Mr. Shaw is talking about, how are we going to fund this excess money that is being borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed? And she was saying the same thing.
Yes. How
can we continue to pay out these resources to people who are just sitting and doing nothing all day long?
Yes.
So she said, listen, as a state, if we're going to continue to do this, we're going to have to be more productive. And she said, at the time, as a young man, I can remember her saying this. She said, everybody that gets up off their bottom and does something, I, as a Prime Minister, will make it worth your while.
Hold on just a moment for me. Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello? Hello? Oh, we seem to have lost him.
No, sir, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes,
Hello?
Yes?
Okay, I'm with you. Yes, so basically, what I was saying, she said she'd make it worth everybody's while if they decided to get up and be productive.
Yes.
I was only probably about 20-something at the time. And I thought, all right, let's give it a try. And I got involved with a scheme which was like some of the schemes that I've seen that have been trying to be done here now in Jamaica, where, you know, small business startups and stuff like that. And basically, it was a winner for me because I just every day got up, did the things which I was told. You had the guidance on how to set up business, how to carry on, how to treat your customers, and it worked. And right now in the UK, there are thousands of companies and just individuals who have helped to turn that country around. You know, in the areas where I lived when I went to England, for example, in an area called Manchester, the development is probably about 100-fold. You know what I mean? There's just the whole of the areas that were depressed, where nothing was happening. I could see all of those areas now. If you go to the UK, and people who will know these areas will see. The point I'm trying to make is this, is that in Jamaica, Jamaicans are not lazy people. Jamaicans are very productive people.
Are they?
Yes, they are. But one of the things is that Jamaicans need leadership. But it's not just Jamaicans. It's all people that need leadership.
Yes, quite true.
And the examples, you've got to lead by example. And the way it works is this, is if, for example, I'm an area leader who's a local government person, every day that I get up, I've got to lead by demonstration. If I'm punctual, if I'm honest
but
in what
hold
I
on,
say.
sir. One of the things that you have to understand
Yes.
is that the culture of Jamaica is vastly different from that of the United Kingdom. Right?
Okay.
the education levels of people,
Yes.
the restraints upon the government
Okay.
or constraints upon them, right, etc. Right, a large number of differences. We have neglected education in this country for a long time.
Correct.
Right, so we haven't got that educated workforce.
Correct.
We used to have investments in this country that we have lost,
Correct.
and we need to study why it is that those investments have gone out of Jamaica. What
No,
is
but
it?
I'll tell you why. All right. Let me just move on quickly now. I came back in 2004. I've still got my operation in the UK, but I'm here in Jamaica now.
Yes.
I was trying to set up some businesses to assist youngsters or just to do something, because something needs to be done. One of the things we were you were just talking about energy a while ago. Utilities. The development of Jamaica, until, for example, the utility issue is addressed properly, there will be no development in Jamaica.
That
Because
is
I can
quite true.
assure you,
Yes.
no one will come here and invest in this present climate,
Yes.
right? Because it's not possible. One of the operations I set up, I've spent somewhere in the region about $6 to $10 million already in investment, and that is setting up small businesses and stuff like that. For example, the first thing I was greeted in the first year, last year of operation, which was last year, April of last year, first 3 months of the smallest operation I set up, I found that the rate of the utility, the cost of the utility bills was more than my rent. And this was just for operating low energy devices. I'm talking about 2 computers in a room with a receptionist.
Yes.
You have to use things like AC to create a decent environment in which to do business. You cannot operate in an environment where the ambient temperature in the room is some 30, 40 degrees.
Yes.
So you have to use things. Unfortunately, we have to use things like AC and stuff like that, or cooling devices.
Yeah.
What I found was this. After 3 months of operation of the first business that I set up, just the utility cost alone was more than all the other costs. It was more than the rent. It was more than the setup cost that I used to set up that one operation. You understand where I'm going?
You're contributing to Miran's
Understood.
solution to its bankruptcy.
I understand.
Problem.
So these are the things. I don't think it's lost for Jamaica, you know, because I spent 18 years growing up as a child. I don't think it's lost. The problem is, people are just not prepared to do what it will take for the better interest of the country.
But they're obviously prepared to do other things. Now, why are they not prepared to do what is necessary to do for the benefit of the country?
There's a reason why, and I think I've worked out the reason why.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I think the reason is this. We all have choices in life. And the choices we actually make most of the time is dependent on what's happening around us. For example, if you tomorrow morning you want a vehicle, you look at your neighbor and the neighbor has a brand new SUV. Let's use SUV because that's the word at the moment. It's $3.5 million. You don't really want to know how he came by it. That's Jamaica for you at the moment. If you can go down to the bank and get us $3.5 million to buy an SUV using any means necessary, that's what Jamaicans will do.
Well,
so hence,
I'm afraid I wouldn't be doing that.
No, I know. This is, and when I say that, yes, I should be careful in the way I phrase it, you know. But I'm saying that's the trend, right? The reason why the people are doing the things they're doing and in the way they're doing it is because they're being allowed to get away with it. That's it.
I don't know that. Well, some things that some people are doing, yes, they're doing on that
some
basis.
things. And yes, I ask Jamaica to forgive me for this, because the way I'm wording my statements may mean that I'm putting everybody into the same basket. If that was the case, Jamaica wouldn't exist now. Jamaica has some really serious, meaningful, caring people. The majority of us are like that, you know. That's my view. Because anywhere in the world you go and people talk about, you hear about crime in this country, but people that visit this country, especially my time away from this country, I've traveled most of the world. And what I've noticed is that anybody that comes to this country, despite our shortcomings, one of the things they will say, and you will hear it said all around the world, is that we are some of the most hospitable people. It's a few of us that are hostile. But most of us are some of the nicest people you'll find on the planet. But at the end of the reality of the situation here now is what it's going to take everyone. It's going to take every single Jamaican. Every single Jamaican is going to have to look up and say, okay, what do I want for myself? What do I want for my children? When we look at what's happening in the schools now, when I was in school here, that couldn't happen. You know, I mean, the things that are happening in the school now couldn't happen. You know, there were rules which were set down when we were joining these institutions.
Yes, and one of the things that we need to explore is how is it that the change has come about? How have we got from where we were to where we now are?
Yes, and the reason why we got from where we are, and this is my impression, because this is what I can see, this is the change I've seen happen. When I was going to school, and I heard this...
How have we got from where we were to where we now are?
We've got this way because of a lack of care. In the last 30 or so years, right, a lot of the older teachers who really cared about child development, they've moved on.
No, I think that is an insufficient explanation, sir. There's been a change in our culture.
Okay.
Right? There's been a change in which, one of our ministers, Dr. Phillips, has said that in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Okay.
Right?
Now, this is
That's
what I'm trying.
Perkins saying that. That was Peter Phillips.
No, you are right. You are right, because even the Bible tells you that there has to be laws. The Bible tells you that when
Anyway, I have to go. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir. First time on your program. I've been listening to you from I was a boy till now I'm in my 40s.
What?
Yes. Yeah, from your way to Jamaica.
But I'm not that old.
Oh, well. And from you were writing the Gleaner to the predecessor to the Herald. Right on the line. But I am no university graduate, though.
You're what?
I'm not a university graduate.
You're not?
No.
Good for you.
Okay. This man this morning that was talking about the Renault trucks.
Yes.
I think if you call E&K agency, you get better information on it. But my biggest problem that I have with this society that I've lived here all my life, 42 years now.
Yes.
If one government makes a mistake, the other one comes in and makes the mistake, and you try to correct them until that it happened 20 years ago. So we're always stepping back in the past.
Yes.
So I don't want to call that man stupid. We're not talking about air over hydraulic. That's a basic braking structure of even the pickup I drive. Right?
What?
We have the diaphragm that boosts on the front of the vehicle, and then you have the brake fluid.
Yes.
You're pouring it. So the only difference with the air brake, I'm no engineer either, because I don't know you, but my understanding is that you have a thing on the back wheel of the truck that they call a maxi.
Yes.
That's when you. That's the thing. But there's no real difference. And I think the biggest problem in our society, we go back too much in the past. And the Renault trucks have been working. There are still garbage trucks here working same way.
Yes.
And I mean, as you're asking them, tell me one of the trucks that crashed because they had to hurry to a fire scene. Couldn't I tell you? I think the day when we take this note out of the trough, we will go. And I mean, as I tell you, I've been...
That thing with those trucks is a very embarrassing thing for the government, you know.
Yes.
And particularly for the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Because it is my understanding that she was the minister when the decision was made to order those trucks. Right? And from what Mr. Shaw was saying there yesterday, it requires explanation why it is that the Renault bid was turned down, or whatever it was, when that was the one that the fire brigade people were recommending.
Were recommending.
Now, why did they turn away from the recommendations of the fire brigade people?
Maybe we could investigate that if something along the traffic line.
Well, it seems to me to require explanation, sir.
Yes, but and the other thing, I have a friend of mine who lives in Canada for over 20 years. He's a trucker.
Lives where?
Lives in Canada.
Canada?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a trucker. Drive truck from Canada to even Mexico. And he was telling me a month ago.
From Canada to Mexico?
From even Canada to Mexico.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he said that like when he goes on the road, he's like for 3 weeks at a time.
Yes.
And he was saying to me that the European trucks, people like in Canada, they are clamoring more for European trucks over the original North American trucks. Because he's saying to me like they did some name Earth and all of those trucks, they are really taking over Canada because they are far sturdier trucks than the American built ones. Because the Europeans have more hills to run. But my biggest problem in this country is one, I have much things to talk about, but this government has failed us miserably. It's no strangeness to it, and I'm really disappointed in our Prime Minister. I just can't put in a context. Sometimes she sounds like a mad woman. Believe me.
Such as when?
The other day when they were talking to her about it, last year when they were talking about the traffic court, you see about it. No, the other day when they were talking about repaying the money, and she was there, I'm a Christian, tell her straight up. But when she's going to invoke God, and God knows, it's like she's copying out.
Oh, that's what you describe as madness.
No, but trust me, maybe she just has temporary psychosis setting on her.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I never heard her with this sort of God thing before.
No, man, but she have a lot of prophets around.
But now that the prophets are saying that God appointed her to be Prime Minister, she has become very holy.
No, but no way. God doesn't tell anyone that a person will be a Prime Minister. Who will lead anything.
I don't think so.
I can read my Bible and tell you when the children of Israel, because this is God going in the Old Testament, is when they commit wrong, the prophet will go out and talk to them. Even when Jonah was going to Nineveh and his story was told, and he refused to go in to tell them what will become of them.
Well, the prophet can tell you if you persist on this line, this is where you're going to end up.
Yes.
But you don't need to be a prophet to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Because I see if we continue on this line, if I live till I'm 82 like my mother, I'll still be owing money. Right?
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, but I don't know. I tell my children, I have a 19-year-old son, he's supposed to go to university in the States. When you have a look at stay in a country, buck out that and dash it behind you. When you left, you don't come back.
Yes.
And I'm serious because there's no future here for him. Right? I don't care much about loyalty. Loyalty can't cook. Loyalty can't pay the bills. And if him can stay in America and earn a decent living and grow his family there, I'll be happy for him. Because I don't want my son living in a society where police can beat you up, do what they want to do with you, and all things down the line.
Yes.
Anything can befall you. So, and then when the gunman is doing the very same thing, policeman is, no, I want a society that have law.
Yes, but you have to remember all the same that societies like America and others where there is law and where there are opportunities and where there is government that is governing in the interests of the people and so on, they just didn't happen by chance.
No.
Right? They happened because the people knew what they wanted and were prepared to stand up and demand what they wanted. Right? They had leaders too.
But Mr. President, the people who lead the American society, they were willing to take responsibility. They weren't just people with PhDs.
Yes, indeed. Right? And the leaders of the American society, the founders of the American society, right? men like Washington and Jefferson and Madison and the rest of them, they were persons who were concerned about the welfare and well-being of the American people.
Right.
We have not in general, we have not had that has been missing from our agenda, hasn't it? Particularly even in the early days when a Jamaican constitution was being framed. Go read the Jamaican constitution.
Yes. That one person is still one of the great lawyers is still alive.
Yes.
To give the people justiciable rights.
Would derogate from the sovereignty of Parliament.
How can I elect you and then you are power over me?
Absolutely.
But the point is that we don't even understand what it means to be a minister.
People are electing him, right? And he had turned around and him is the boss of the people.
No, it's strange.
He can't give them justiciable rights.
No, because it's I who vote for you.
And the thing is this, that the people don't recognize this.
But Mr. It goes back again because the moment some people enter university, they start to just come for themselves.
Yes.
And nowhere do they want to really share people the real issue.
Well, it is the model of the slave society that we're going back.
The moment I step up, I start to step down on the next person.
The minute you step up, you start turn white man now.
Yes.
And live in a great house.
Yes.
Right?
But it must be some failure of our society.
It is a failure. Yes.
Some of our same people who embraced socialism in the 70s, they're here now more or less tearing us apart.
Look here. Socialism in Jamaica, right, is only a means of fooling people. Right? Another means of fooling people. Right?
I agree 100%. But trust me, Mr. Perkins, when you look at Sunday's Gleaner and see the amount of SUVs and this and that and everything that the people own, and I mean...
It's not the people own them, sir.
The government of Jamaica owns.
The government of Jamaica has bought them with the people's money.
To use it.
Right? Mm-hmm. The people go to hospital. They can't get decent service because the hospitals don't have equipment. They haven't got supplies, whatever. Right? But money can be found to be buying SUVs for ministers and others to be driving around in, and to gas them and have them, the engines running and the air conditioning units going.
I run a diesel vehicle, 3.2 diesel vehicles, right? And if I full that tank and drive to Montego Bay without revving it hard, so if you have to move hard, right? And run air conditioning, it can take me to Montego Bay and back and drive around Kingston another day. Right? But if I should park and run the air conditioning, like waiting on somebody for like half an hour, you will be surprised. It will take in a good quarter tank. Taking down.
Why is that?
A 3.2 diesel engine. You just have it parked an hour and a half, just run the air conditioning. It will take a good quarter tank of diesel.
Is that true?
Yes.
But why is it that if you run it for the same...
Because you know what happened?
Quarter of an hour.
That pressure.
On the way to Montego Bay.
That pressure that blows against it, right? Helps the helps the cooling process.
I see.
Because if you see that there's an arrow on air, you press it down, you use that air that is inside the vehicle. So, but it reduces it. But coming to the health issue, my wife had cataract surgery on her eyes by UWI. A private ophthalmologist charged her $62,000. When she went to do it and they do the dilation, he realized he could not manage it. You know how much university charges? $142,000.
Oh my God.
But luckily we have health insurance. So we have to pay it.
Then what happens? What happens to the man from down at Trenchtown or wherever who has the similar problem, and he goes to the university hospital or Kingston Public Hospital or wherever? How much is it going to cost him? And where is he going to find the money?
Maybe he'll stay on it because his surgery is elective surgery. Maybe he'll stay on that list until he goes blind.
He goes blind.
Yeah.
All right, sir. I'm sorry, I have to go, All the best to you, and thanks for calling. Okay, we'll leave you now for the news. We'll be back here in another 20 minutes or so.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential. I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean, and we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Director of Elections Danville Walker says the Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, will be using the electronic identification system in 800 polling stations in the upcoming general election. Mr. Walker made the disclosure shortly after being officially sworn in as the Director of Elections by Governor General Professor Kenneth Hall this morning.
We have used it twice already, one in a local government election and one in a by-election for West Kingston. So we know it works. We have no doubt about it working. But we're working on the capacity of the electoral office to be able to manage 800 stations and deploy those persons and manage those polls using that system.
Director of Elections Danville Walker. He also sought to assure that the EOJ would be ready for the election when it is called. Mr. Walker said 18,000 election workers have already been trained to work during the election, and training is now being conducted for persons who will man the electronic voter identification and ballot systems. And the Director of Elections said some 50,000 new names will be added to the new voters list, which will be published on May 31. Mr. Walker, who is being appointed for the third time as Director of Elections, will serve in the post for another 7 years. The opposition spokesman on finance, Ordley Shaw, is questioning the so-called emissary through which the PNP returned a controversial $31 million donation to Dutch oil trading firm Trafigura. The PNP has refused to identify the individual or company through which the money was sent back, and it's yet to provide proof that the money has in fact been returned. But speaking in Parliament yesterday, Mr. Shaw said JLP sources have indicated that the money was sent to Trafigura by way of an entity known as International Intermetals Limited, and he's demanding that the PNP government tell the nation of its association with that organization.
What's the relationship between the government of Jamaica and this company? And does this represent a donation by this company to the PNP? What business is the company involved in? Metals? Is it related to the alumina sector? The stench of corruption still lingers, despite the claims of the Minister of Information that Trafigura is a dead issue. But is Trafigura really a dead issue? This is not a private PNP matter. This is a public issue, and we want full disclosure.
Opposition spokesman on finance, Ordley Shaw. In the meantime, Mr. Shaw wants Financial Secretary Colin Bullock to present monthly reports to Parliament on all expenditure made under the Petro-Caribe Fund. According to Mr. Shaw, this would preserve its integrity. He has again raised concern that Finance Minister Dr. Omar Davies has been spending money under the Petro-Caribe program without parliamentary approval. And the opposition spokesman is seeking a guarantee from the minister that the fund will not be used as part of what Mr. Shaw calls election spending.
With the track record of this minister, what guarantee do we have that he will not run with it using the Petro-Caribe money? The expenditure of these funds in an arbitrary manner will also compromise Jamaica's ability to service the debt to Venezuela in the future.
Opposition spokesman on finance, Audley Shaw. He says money under the Petrocaribe agreement with Venezuela, which generates $18 billion a year, should be used to pay off expensive domestic debt. According to Mr. Shaw, this policy would reduce the debt to gross domestic product ratio by 8% in 3 years. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 6 minutes after 12. The police shot and killed 2 alleged gunmen in Milk River, Clarendon last night following a robbery attack and a high-speed car chase. It's reported that the police were called to the scene of a robbery at a car wash shortly after 9 o'clock. Gunmen had just shot and wounded a man at the car wash. The police say while they were responding to the call, they confronted 4 men in a motorcar which was leaving the scene. According to reports, the police began chasing the car in which the men were traveling when the men opened fire at them. The driver then came upon a large pothole and lost control of the vehicle, which then crashed into a shop. An alleged eyewitness said the police then caught up with the gunmen. However, 2 of them managed to escape.
The day I hear one of them I say, them to the police them, so them start pay attention now to the guys them in a car and start shoot up it. So after that the other one, but the light on the go and get up now and he run right through here, right past me and sit inside police and running up. But they don't catch him on. So them shoot the other 2 when I car.
An alleged witness to a shootout in Milk River, Clarendon last night. The Constabulary Communication Network says the police recovered 3 illegal guns from the car, a .38 Smith & Wesson revolver, a Brico semi-automatic, and a 9mm pistol. Items suspected to have been stolen from the car wash were found in the trunk of the car. The Justice Ministry has outlined the procedures for the holding of the coroner's inquest into the death of Pakistan cricket coach Bob Wilmot. The inquest is scheduled for next week, Monday, at the Jamaica Conference Centre in downtown Kingston. Addressing a press conference this morning, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Carol Palmer, explained that the venue was selected to allow for the accommodation of members of the public and the media who are expected to attend.
The choice of the conference centre as a venue for the holding of the inquest is fully in keeping with the fact that we are currently intending to construct a new court for the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, as well as our recognition of the international interest in the outcome of the matter. Hence, we chose to hold the inquest in a larger venue which would accommodate both the media and the public in general.
Permanent Secretary in the Justice Ministry, Carol Palmer. She has warned that neither cameras nor tape recorders will be allowed during the sittings of the inquest. Mrs. Palmer has also advised that persons attending the inquest will be subjected to searches by security personnel. In the meantime, Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, Kent Pantry, says there are circumstances under which jurors may be excused from serving at the inquest.
Once you're summoned, then you ought to pay heed to the summons. Of course, all jurors are entitled to make applications to be excused based on several factors and based on also personal reasons. So it is in the discretion of the coroner or a judge to determine in the particular proceedings whether such an application will be granted.
Kent Pantry, the Director of Public Prosecutions. The coroner's inquest was ordered after a post-mortem on the body of the late Pakistan cricket coach revealed that he was strangled. There have also been reports that he may also have been poisoned. In the meantime, a second team of investigators will leave the island for Grenada today to interview persons who were at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel when Mr. Wilmot was killed on March 18. Yesterday, a 15-member team led by Deputy Superintendent Colin Pinnock left for Barbados to interview other persons. The Association of Local Government Authorities, ALGA, is raising concern about a threat by the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, to suspend the installation of streetlights until parish councils pay what they owe. JPS has written to parish councils to inform them of its intention. However, ALGA President Milton Brown says if the JPS carries out its threat, the safety of many people would be compromised. At the same time, Mr. Brown, who is also the chairman of the Clarendon Parish Council, has admitted that his council and several others are in arrears with the JPS for streetlights. But he says this is the fault of the Finance Ministry, which has failed to forward the revenues from property taxes to the respective parish councils in order to pay the light bills.
Moreover, what has been happening is that the solid waste has become such a sinkhole that whatever funds that we have been able to collect, increased property tax that we have been able to collect over the past recent period, that money has just gone to solid waste because solid waste has been an expanding sinkhole as far as funds are concerned.
President of the Association of Local Government Authorities, Milton Brown. Meanwhile, Mr. Brown says several streetlights along a roadway that leads to Highway 2000 have been out of operation. A Caribbean news service is reporting that a Puerto Rican man was among the 32 people who were killed in the Virginia Tech University massacre on Monday. He is 26-year-old engineering student Juan Ramon Ortiz, who got married just last October. His grieving widow, 28-year-old Lisel Cortez, is also a Puerto Rican who is now studying engineering at the Virginia Tech University. She said she and Mr. Ortiz moved to Blacksburg in 2003. He was pursuing a master's degree in water resources. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Midday Sports is next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sri Lanka needed less than 10 overs to knock off the runs to beat Ireland by 8 wickets in Grenada today in their final Cricket World Cup Super 8 match. Upal Tharanga and Kumar Sangakkara 10 fell early, but Sanath Jayasuriya 24 not out and Mahela Jayawardena 39 not out helped them cruise to 81 for 2. Earlier, Parvez Maharouf and Mutaya Muralitharan ambushed Ireland for 77 runs in 27.4 overs. The total represents the 2007 World Cup's lowest score. Maharouf took 4 for 25 and Muralitharan finished with figures of 4 for 19. Jeremy Bray top scored with 20 for Ireland. Graham Smith hopes that South Africa's 9-wicket victory over England in their crucial World Cup Super 8 match yesterday will take the unwanted tag of chokers from around his side's neck. The South Africans have been accused of choking in big matches in the past, and yesterday's match was deemed vital for both sides if they harbored any chances of reaching the semi-finals of the competition. In athletics, Jamaica's 2 fastest women, Sharon Simpson and Veronica Campbell, will run in different events at this year's Jamaica International Invitational Meet at the National Stadium on May 5. In making the announcement, meet director Donald Quarry said it was best to keep the athletes apart. He said the decision was geared towards results at the upcoming World Championships. Simpson will face Debbie Ferguson of the Bahamas and Rachel Boone Smith in the 200 meters, while Campbell will go up against Ferguson in the 100 meters. World 100 meters record holder Asafa Powell and Jamaican-born American Sanya Richards are the headline names for the meet, dubbed Build a Vibes, Bring Track and Field Alive. Powell will face Trinidad and Tobago's Darrell Brown and his compatriots Michael Frater and Dwayne Thomas in the men's 100 meters. Richards, the fastest woman over the one-lap event, will line up against Jamaica's Noveline Williams and Sharika Williams and Bahamian Christine Amertil. Water polo now. Jamaica's 18 and under female water polo team captured silver at the just concluded Carifta Water Polo Championships in Curacao. The Jamaicans went down to Trinidad and Tobago 18-4 in the gold medal match. Kelsey Ferreira top scored for TNT with a massive haul of 8 goals. The team arrived last night with 2 other medals. The boys 15 and under and the 18 and under team won bronze medals. Coach Garth Henriquez says he's pleased with the medal haul.
I think they played very well, all 3 groups. The boys did as well as I expected, because you know that Carifta is an age group thing, right? And last year we were at the top of the age group, and so we won both gold medals in both the male and female. Teams were made up mainly of young players just coming into the sport.
Garth Henriquez, coach of Jamaica's water polo team. TNT will host the next Carifta Water Polo Championships in 2008. With 4 sets of matches to play, leaders Harbourview with a 10-point lead look a safe bet to lift the Ray and Nephew National Premier League football title this afternoon. The Stars of the East will play bottom-placed Naggohead at Ferdinand Park at 3:30, and barring a surprise loss, they will claim their second Premiership title. In other games scheduled to kick off at 3:30, Seba will play third place Reno at Catherine Hall. Boystown host Arnett Gardens at Collie-Smith Drive, and Augustown face Tivoli Gardens at Barbican. Waterhouse and Portmore United will clash in a 6 o'clock game. Finally, Norman Manley High and Greater Portmore will contest the final of the Sydney Coleman Under-16 Schoolboy Rugby League. The final will be played at GC Foster College on Saturday at 1:30. Norman Manley qualified following a 25-10 victory over Calabar High, while Greater Portmore defeated Kingston College 12-0. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to low-level trough east of the island. On the local weather scene this afternoon will be mostly cloudy, with periods of showers mainly over northern areas. Tonight will be partly cloudy. Tomorrow, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered afternoon showers over eastern parishes. And for the rest of the week, expect partly cloudy afternoons with widely scattered showers, mainly over northern areas. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. Electronic voter identification system to be used in 800 polling stations in upcoming general election. Opposition spokesman on finance raises questions regarding the so-called emissary through which the PNP returned the controversial $31 million donation to Dutch oil trading firm Trafigura Bahir. Kingston West Police head meets with police high command following yesterday's incident in which gunmen traded bullets with members of the security forces. Police kill 2 alleged gunmen in Milk River, Clarendon last night following a robbery attack and ensuing car chase. Overseas, Puerto Rican man among the 32 people killed in Virginia Tech massacre. And in sports, Sri Lanka crushes Ireland by 8 wickets in final World Cup Super 8 match. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith. About our children wasting precious time in school due to free periods caused by no-show of classroom teachers? The Teachers Bank is looking for able, experienced and preferably retired teachers to stop this growing problem of free periods in our nation's schools. Send resumes to the Teachers Bank, P.O. Box 94, Kingston 6, or call 756-0636. That's 756-0636. The Teachers Bank, keeping education in focus. What a car! What a price! Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Intermetal. Was that the name of the emissary that Mr. Buchanan was talking about? And did the emissary merely convey the money? Or did it provide the money? Intermetal International. Sorry, the other way around. Well, we look forward to hearing the Prime Minister's budget speech, and that should provide us with some information, hopefully. This thing has been going on for a long time, and it should be cleared up. I mean, what the government really needs to do is to come forward, to give all the information to the public, right? And if they really want to put an end to this scandal, right? If they have nothing to hide, just come out and give us all the information, show us the documents and all that. That will put an end to it. Of course, it depends on what the document shows. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon to you. Hello?
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Are you hearing me?
Of course, but of course I heard you. I responded to you.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing you quite well now. There are 3 points I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
One, the homosexuality in Jamaica, in the cricket in West Kingston. Let me start with the homosexuality in Jamaica. I heard you said something some time ago in the program. By the way, this is the first time I'm calling you.
Yes. Thanks for calling.
First time, but I've listened to your program a lot. And just let me say hello to my friend in Jamaica, Debbie, out in Old Harbour. I know she's listening to you.
Okay.
Anyway, I heard you said on a show some time ago talking to somebody on your program, and you said you have no problem with the legalization or the law put into effect that homosexuality would have legal rights in Jamaica.
No, I have no problem with what you say.
You said you have no problem with the legalization or homosexuality being given legal rights in Jamaica.
Yes, I have no problem with homosexuals having legal rights in Jamaica.
Yes.
You have problems with that?
I mean that they can. Of course I have.
Oh, you do?
Of course I have.
What problems do you have with it?
I'm not a church person. I'm not a God-fearing person. Nothing to do with church.
You're not
all my family members are. I'm not a church person. I don't believe.
You're not a God-fearing person.
No. Look, but Jamaica is said to be 80% or 80% church-going or God-fearing. Now, if we are that, and we said we live by the Bible, or the people in Jamaica believe in the religious things that comes down, one of the things that the Bible preaches against is homosexuality. One of the things that the Bible stands out against is homosexuality. On our law books in Jamaica, we choose to make homosexuality a criminal act.
No. Hold on for a moment. Homosexuality is not a criminal act in Jamaica.
It's a mere buggery. It's buggery.
No. Buggery is a different thing from homosexuality. And I'm told.
Right? It's a criminal act for 2 men or 2 women. Or an immoral act, because I've known of 2 men who have been taken before court.
No, hold on a moment, sir.
Go ahead.
Buggery is a criminal offense in Jamaica. But the buggery is not necessarily limited to homosexuals. Heterosexual.
Well, you could say that.
Heterosexuals can practice buggery too.
Okay. Okay.
And it is likewise an offense.
For me, homosexuality, if a man goes to a woman and if she goes through her anus, for me that's homosexuality.
I beg your pardon?
For me that's homosexuality.
If a man goes to
a woman, and goes in her anus, that's homosexuality for me.
No, that cannot be homosexuality.
Or buggery, whatever you want to call it.
It's buggery, yes. It's buggery, but not homosexuality.
No, it's also immoral. Under the eyes of Jamaicans, it's immoral.
Hold on just a moment for me. Hold on a moment.
My mother say, you go pass my exam because me am brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Better straight to the UK, Canada, US. Them from US, Canada, UK, back a yard. Them a go on.
That's right. Just Talk has a great offer just for cricket. From March 1 to May 1, buy a $500 Just Talk cricket card and get an additional 10% credit free.
Get one, get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. Easy. Sound it. New cable and wireless card, it name Just Talk. So go get one. Conditions apply. Test the monthly. Use it for any phone. Every phone. Sound it.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia, mentholated cough mixture, nighttime formula, bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia! Made in England by Thornton & Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, you say that homosexuality is immoral. Right?
It's immoral. By the standards of what Jamaica hold themselves by the biblical standards.
Yes. Well, I don't know that Jamaica... Hold on just a moment. I don't know that Jamaica holds itself to biblical standards. Right? There are a lot of us...
I would assume so.
There are a lot of us who are citizens...
So.
Hold on, sir. There are a lot of us who are Jamaican citizens who do not subscribe to what you call biblical standards. Now, what do you think should happen to such people?
Well, there are a lot of us, but we are in the minority. More Jamaicans
Whether that is not the point. That is not the point, sir.
You go right across the middle of Jamaica.
That is not the point.
In our schools,
hold on just a moment.
In our schools and our daily life, we tend to practice from any perspective.
Are we going to have a conversation, sir?
Go ahead, sir.
Are we going to have a conversation?
Yes, we're having a conversation.
Yes. The question is not whether those who subscribe to who do not subscribe to what you call biblical standards are in a minority. Well, if even they are in a minority, they have rights, don't they?
Yes, they have rights.
Hold on, sir.
They should not speak.
And the Jamaican Constitution. Hold on, sir. The Jamaican Constitution does not impose upon any member of this society any obligation to practice what you call biblical standards. So we must go by the Constitution of Jamaica and not by the Bible. Am I right?
Are you saying that as Jamaicans, we should not, if a thing is not on the Constitution and it's immoral, we should not stand up against it?
If you consider it immoral, sir, don't do it. Right?
Okay.
And do not also, and I would suggest that you do not keep company with those who practice it, whatever you consider immoral. Right?
Then is that what I'm saying to you, Mr. Perkins?
I beg your pardon?
Homosexuality is immoral.
If you think that, sir, that is your opinion.
Majority of Jamaicans think this way.
Be that as it may.
That's why we have the problem of Jamaicans. That is why we have the problem of Jamaicans when these guys present themselves, or ladies present themselves the homosexual way. We cannot deal with it, we can't tolerate it.
Yes, but you know, sir, that is part of our problem in Jamaica. Ignorance, a lack of education, right? A lack of understanding. Now, if you consider homosexuality immoral,
yes,
right? What right do you have to impose laws, discriminatory laws, upon homosexuals?
What right?
Your immorality,
all right.
your view of what constitutes morality and immorality is private to yourself. You have no right to impose that upon other people.
Anything that offend the majority, whoever lives in a country, anything that offends a majority should not be welcome.
You're talking rubbish.
No, anything that offends the majority.
You are talking nonsense.
The moral way.
You're talking rubbish.
Let me put it this way. Is it illegal? Is it illegal for a man to drive on the wrong side of the street in Jamaica?
Of course not. Of course it not. It is.
Yes.
It is illegal.
Let's say we see a man driving on the wrong side of the street going down the road. Shouldn't we stop him?
But you know, sir.
We don't know here, but you're driving on the wrong side of the street.
Tell me something. You're an adult man. You sound as if you went to school and have a bit of an education, and you're talking rubbish like that. What connection is there? Hold on, sir.
Homosexuality is immoral. It's immoral. And it should not be allowed. In Jamaica, we don't want it, so nobody should force it.
Hold on, sir.
Jamaicans said they don't want homosexuality in our country.
Hold on a minute for me.
We know it's there. We are not going in anybody's bedroom.
Hold on a minute for me.
We're not taking anybody else in their bedroom. But when people take it out on the street, let's put it this way.
So hold on a minute. Hold on a minute for me. To begin with, the idea, your comparison of somebody being homosexual with somebody driving on the wrong side of the road is absurd.
I'm just using an analogy to show you that.
But it is idiotic. It is damned idiotic. You don't understand that.
We need to get rid of the pain.
But hold on, sir. Listen to me now. Listen to me. You are an ignorant man, and you persist in ignorance because you don't listen to anybody. You listen only to yourself. If somebody drives...
Because I said that homosexuals is immoral?
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. If somebody drives on the wrong side of the road, he's creating a danger for other people. He is likely to do injury to other people and their property. If somebody is homosexual, that is not involved. So for you to compare those two things is idiotic.
Yeah, but homosexuals can lead to HIV and AIDS too.
Homosexuals can what?
Lead to HIV and AIDS.
Can what?
To HIV and AIDS.
They can, yes, of course, they can contract HIV and AIDS.
Yes.
But you don't have to go to a homosexual to contract HIV and AIDS.
Yeah, but we all know that it's more prevalent among the homosexual community.
This may well be so. Yes. But there are other diseases. There are other diseases that are prevalent among other people too.
And it's against all.
But if a homosexual contracts HIV and AIDS, how is that going to affect you?
It don't affect me because I don't run.
You mean you lapse into homosexuality from time to time?
Coming up and girls who go about, they might get caught in that situation.
You know, sir.
It's in our medical budget.
It seems to me that the persons who are most hostile to homosexuals are those who are insecure in their own sexuality.
Mr. Perkins, you don't have to go say that people are insecure in their sex.
Why?
I have a belief, and I do not believe that homosexuality is a form, a way that any person should go. That's my belief.
Any person.
And this is the majority of Jamaicans' belief.
No. Well, if the majority of Jamaicans believe that, too bad for Jamaica.
You know what I'd like.
The next thing you might start to say is that you don't believe that Jamaicans should tolerate Roman Catholicism or Anglicanism or whatever.
No, but that is a religion that has been put upon the Jamaican people. I don't believe in it, but I'm a minority.
You don't believe in what?
A minority issue out there. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in it at all.
You don't believe in religion?
When I meet up in Christians, I'm wrong. I don't try to fight against them because why?
But then you were holding up the Bible a while ago?
Huh?
You were holding up the Bible a while ago?
For the beginning that I'm not religious, and I don't believe in religion. I told it from
look here, let's put this aside. Let's put this aside. There are persons who are homosexual. And are Jamaicans, and they have as much right to be in Jamaica as any other Jamaican, right?
But don't take it out in the public.
Don't what?
Because I am not going to take my wife in the public and be doing things in the public in front of everybody, because that's against the law.
Don't do what to the public?
Don't act in public.
Yes, well, I would agree with that.
I'm saying to you.
I would agree with that, but I also think, yes?
I'm not saying that homosexuals cannot live in Jamaica. I said it should not be taken to the public.
All right. Next question.
Going at the church.
What is the next question you have? What's the next question you wanted to raise?
The next question. You know what I'd like them to do on this debate that's coming up? Is put the question to both political parties. If they think that homosexuality should be legalized in Jamaica.
I don't.
The next one. West Indies.
Oh, okay. I'm not doing that. Your next question.
I'd love them to do that.
What?
West Indies. I know a lot of the Caribbean people are jumping for joy that West Indies has not succeed. Especially Jamaicans. A lot of Jamaicans.
That West Indies have what?
I wouldn't say a lot. I wouldn't say a lot. But I know the Labour Party is glad that the West Indies has not succeed.
The West Indies are... Hold on. How do you know this?
Because of what they have said, leading up that we spend too much money on the Christian, we shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have done that. But yesterday when the program...
You know, sir, you strike me as being half-witted. The Labour Party says that too much money was spent on cricket. And from that you conclude...
On the cricket?
Yes, and from that...
Money would not be
and that is a basis... And that, as far as you're concerned, is a sound basis for concluding that the Labour Party is glad that the West Indies have lost. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
That is not a half-wit, that is a full wit. Because Mr. Pickers gave the same was going to give the bounce. So when West Indies fail, if Labour Party want people who are rejoice, nothing wrong. Because they was going to jump on the bandwagon and run with it and nobody could talk about the expenditure.
Yes.
Because they use the football for third term in 97, I told you already. So people like those see their dreams going up in ashes. Because they were banking on West Indies' success to give them fifth term.
Yes.
Anyhow, the next thing. You remember some weeks ago I told you about some people in Douglas Castle said that Mr. Roger Clark promised them 80 donkeys from last year. And they can't see him.
Yes.
Well, I hear on the news not too long ago on FM 93 that they found some livestock truck with a whole heap of donkeys down here in Westmoreland. And they were the people that they caught said that they were going to sell them in Manchester.
They're going to do what?
Sell them in Manchester. But they never have any receipt. So maybe Mr. Roger Clark, seeing that him gone to run in Westmoreland, can try and purchase some of those donkeys and carry them to give back the people at Douglas Castle and the St. and Clarendon border. You don't think that is a good idea?
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know.
All right, the next thing. Sometime during this week I heard on the TV that 9 students were killed from Charlie Smith High since September of last year.
Yes.
When you follow the news, you have heard anything like that in terms of 9 students being killed just from one school alone?
No, I haven't. Where did you say you heard it?
I heard it on one of the TV stations more than likely Monday night.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man, you can check TVG, CV. Man.
Well, then what is your question? It's been on the news?
Yeah, man.
Hold on just a moment.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is
12:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We find the best hardware you can get it. Where the price is nice and you get advice. The choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Wool Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first. Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. And at the same time, I heard Mr. Hopeton Henry, the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association,
yes,
claiming that some 12 students were killed due to violence in schools.
Yes.
And he said that he received a letter from the Minister of Education, which he passed on to 3 of his colleagues, that he regarded as threat when he spoke about the level of violence in the schools.
Yes, I heard him on the television, I think it was.
Yeah,
or radio.
No, I heard him on the radio.
On the radio, yes.
But you should try and get Mr. Henry on your program to deal with violence in the schools. And for the people who listen
what
to your program to be privy to such information.
He got a letter from the Ministry of Education, which he regarded as threatening.
As threatening because of the reporting that he was making pertaining to violence in the schools.
Yes.
And
he was being told to keep his damn mouth shut.
Yeah, something like that. You never go in detail as to that.
I see.
But you see, when you look at that figure of Charlie Smith High, if that figure is accurate, then we have to question the figure presented about about murder being down by 20% last year. Because Mr. Henry mentioned some 12, and I heard about 9 from that one particular institution. Anyhow, the next thing.
But that one wouldn't. Those two figures wouldn't necessarily mean that murders were not down last year.
Yeah, man, the murder could be done, but we have to question the authenticity of those figures.
Well,
the next thing. Yesterday, you have another incursion into Tivoli Garden, Denham Town area. Some confrontation, they said, between gunmen and the security forces.
The Greener reporter is saying that it has no witnesses no evidence of there having been any fight between the gunmen and the police.
Yeah, well, we contradictory statement, but when we look at what has happened in Tivoli Garden, especially approaching elections, as you mentioned, 93, the tailor that we hear nothing about the case. 97, the 3 women that were killed and the little boy that was shot.
It was 3 days of shooting. 3 or 4 days, huh?
Yeah.
of shooting supposedly being between the police and army on the one hand and gunmen on the other.
Where 3 ladies were killed and a little boy that was jumping up in his bed.
He was killed too. I think there were 2 or 3 children. I can't remember.
Well, one I heard about 6-year-old.
No, there's at least one more.
And at one time they said that 15 gunmen were going to a MPM truck. But the police was unable to shoot any of those gunmen. The last time they went back, 27 were killed, including 2 security personnel, and people were left in the road to rot.
Yes.
And you have been predicting all this while as to when the next one would happen. Say that you are the prophet.
My name is not Finn.
Godfin. Hey, because you don't have to be a prophet, you know. You just look at the track record as to the modus operandi of the security force and the government in particular. And you don't need any rocket scientist to tell you what would happen. But when we look at that here down of Denham Town, Tivoli Garden, we hear that it is the mother of all garrison. But generally when you have violence is when the security forces go in with heavy-handed tactics, and you hear that there is confrontation.
Yes.
When you look over in Arnett Garden yesterday, they tell you that whilst the security forces went there, some gunmen on the TV them says 300, although I believe that figure is exaggerated. Went there in mass and AK-47 and 2 people were killed. But if you have to have constant security presence over in southern St. Andrew in order to maintain peace, and it's only when the security forces go into the western Kingston area, you hear about confrontation and violence. It shows you that the western Kingston area is a much more peaceful area than the southern St. Andrew one.
Well.
And that the laborites in West Kingston live better than the PNP who have been constantly at war over the past 3 years, where more than 200 people were killed. You would agree with that?
Well, it's obviously so.
Of course, the Jamaican people.
I don't know that I have the violence that we hear about in South St. Andrew. We haven't heard anything like that about Western Kingston for quite some time.
No, because you don't need constant security presence in West Kingston, but you have to have that in Southern St. Andrew in order to prevent flare-up of violence. All right, going on. I hear Mr. Ardlishaw says that Cayman has Track Limited raked up losses of $124 million. And he said not even gambling can work under this government. So I would mind hearing from Mr. Finn as to what he think about that money that was thrown away at Caymanas Park and why the government don't want to divest it. Because it is a losing venture. So they must be deriving some benefit from people who are connected to it, why they don't want to divest it after they had announced that it would be divested and people spend millions of dollars to make bid. And then they are left wondering as to exactly what is going to happen.
Yes.
Because all you hear is argument, by the way, that it is not going to be divested again.
Yes.
Anyhow, finally, did you see over in Northwest Clarendon there when Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Hazan, and Miss Parchment were there the other night having that meeting?
No, I didn't.
Well, Miss Parchment said that the GLP people are not interested in representing the people. What they want to do is to wear jacket and tie and walk with a touchy case to go to Parliament. But I want to know if the PNP men that dress up in jacket and tie, if they don't carry a touchy case to Parliament also. Because the other person that was present here, Mr. Buchanan, him is the only one that dress up in the bush jacket, you know. So after 70s, so you could exclude him in terms of the jacket and tie. But Mr. Buchanan was here and saying that how the PNP is more united than the GLP. Because since Bangarang returned, some of the labor rights and leader party, including Miss Parchment and Mr. Dabdoob. And Miss Parchment was here jumping up with her fist in the air in glee. But Mr. Golden made a pronouncement pertaining to Bangarang because some black, young
all right, sir.
people who support the Labour Party were put behind some barbed wire fence in the hot sun.
Yes.
And he said that if the government continue on that path, there would be Bangarang. So it had nothing to do with unity and disorganization and victimization, because Mr. Buchanan party is in disarray that they can't even find candidates.
I think they're far more
verge of an
important
election.
that we could be talking about.
Huh?
All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
How are you, Mr. Perkins?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Doing my best. Oh, Mr. Perkins, I need to ask you a question, please. A couple of questions. What's the Constitution of Jamaica a proclamation?
What does it do? What?
The Constitution of Jamaica a proclamation. What exactly is that?
What does it? What?
The Constitution of Jamaica?
Yes.
A proclamation.
A proclamation?
Yes. What's that?
I don't follow you.
I have a document in front of me. It says the Constitution of Jamaica. And it says a proclamation.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. What
well,
is that a constitutional proclamation?
I suppose so.
Oh, it's a constitutional proclamation.
It's a proclamation. The Constitution was proclaimed.
The Constitution of Jamaica, a proclamation by His Excellency the Most Honorable Professor Kenneth Octavius Hall, member of the Order of the Nation, member of the Order of Jamaica, Governor General of Jamaica. Yeah, that's a constitutional proclamation.
Yes, well, I don't know. I haven't got the document in front of me, so I don't know what it is.
Well, from what I gather, it's a constitutional proclamation. It was made within a funeral rites ceremony on the 25th of March.
And what's it about?
No, exactly. It's dealing with the whole, respectful honoring and remembrance of our ancestors and the indigenous. Yes. And that's what it's actually proclaiming their sovereignty.
I see.
And enshrine it into the Constitution by Her Majesty the Queen's personal representative.
Well, I don't know that the Governor General has any power to alter the Constitution.
No, this is not coming from the Governor. This is coming from Her Majesty the Queen's instructions.
I don't know that she has any such power either.
Well, this is the constitutional proclamation that has been enshrined into our Constitution, giving the credence and due respectful honoring and remembrance to our ancestors and the indigenous.
I see.
And it has very far-reaching implications, Mr. Perkins.
Does it?
As far as it was published in the Gleaner on the 25th of March.
I must go and look at it. I missed it.
It was printed there. And I see where now we need a whole, political education for the nation in regard to the sovereignty.
The word is sovereignty.
Sovereignty.
Hold on. That word is sovereignty.
Well,
right?
I've
go and look and see how it is spelled.
I've been exposed to many different cultures, Mr. Perkins. And you have to excuse my pronunciation.
All right.
Okay,
sovereignty.
I hope you bear with me. Sovereignty. Sovereignty, you said?
No, sovereignty.
Sovereignty.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, our sovereignty of the Jamaican people, which have been denied under the present Constitution. And now by this constitutional proclamation, which is enshrining our indigenous and our culture into the Constitution as sovereign, I see where the people now have what it takes to do what it takes for themselves. And I don't understand the hush-hush all about it. You know what I mean? Because a person such as yourself, you know what I mean, well learned.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Want that fashionable and stylish look? Visit Blazer Place, makers of professionally stitched uniforms of all types, school, heavy-duty, office wear, in a wide range of sizes from 0 to 26. Shop 20 Pavilion Mall, 926-3996. The time by Blazer Place for the best and latest in fashion is
1 o'clock. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Better say to the UK, Canada, US. Them from US, Canada, UK, back a yard. Them a go on.
That's right. Just Talk has a great offer just for cricket. From March 1 to May 1, buy a $500 Just Talk cricket card and get an additional 10% credit free.
Get one, get with it. Once you're in it, you win it. Easy. Sound it. New cable and wireless card. It name Just Talk. So go get one. Conditions apply. Just the monthly. Use it for any phone and every phone. Sound it.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
As I was saying before.
Would you speak up for me?
I beg your pardon, this constitutional proclamation has very far-reaching implications.
In what way?
Well, I would have to start and begin with it has been, being as it is given the sovereignty.
The word is not sovereignty, sir.
Well, sir,
one look at how the word is spelled. Sovereignty would have to be S-O-V-R-E-I-G-N-I-T-Y. But that's not how it is spelled.
It's a nitpick over the pronunciation of words. You know what I mean?
Yes. But youngsters are listening to you, you see?
Yes, and they are,
so I have to,
and I'm sure they know what I'm talking about.
No, but I don't want them to be hearing on this program.
Different ways in different cultures.
No, I don't want the young people to be hearing words like that on this program.
Well,
I'm thinking that is the way the word is pronounced.
They hear a lot worse, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying is, Mr. Perkins, is that the sovereignty of...
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
First time on your program.
Happy to have you.
Mr. Perkins, I always listen to your programs and sometimes I disagree with you to agree.
That's all right.
All right, and my issue here today, my burning issue here today is about the homosexual.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, as a black woman of the black civilization, I don't agree. I don't in agreement with homosexual here.
I'm not asking you to be in agreement with it.
There is no one is asking me to do it. I am a woman, and the way I felt very offended of these people. They're threatening to I and I. Why I say that, Mr. Perkins?
They're what?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
If it just give me a minute to explain myself.
Yes, I'm trying to hear and understand what you meant, what you said. Okay. You said there are something.
And the word is not understand. The word is understanding because everything comes from inner. Okay, Mr. Perkins. What I'm saying is that as a black woman, I don't in agreement with homosexual here because you must
But nobody's suggesting that you should be in agreement with them.
Mr. Perkins, the homosexual are asking, they are deliberately asking the women, I'm not talking about asking the man. They're asking the woman to be in agreement with them.
I'm not aware of that. And if they ask you that, tell them, if you like, that you're not in agreement with them.
Well,
right?
let me tell you why I say that, Mr. Perkins. It's because of what they are doing. They must remember that creation comes forth from the womb. And if the woman carries creation within her womb, both male and female, within the masculine and the feminine trait.
That has nothing to do with it, Mom. Hello?
I'm just gonna put it straight.
That has nothing to do with it, Mom. Hello?
When these people are doing things in front of your face, Mr. Perkins, they don't put it up. They just come pushing it straight in our face and say that we must accept what they are doing. And I am telling them that out of the womb, creation comes forth. And it's male and female.
Hold on a minute, Mom. Whatever you think about that, a far more important issue is the issue of freedom. Do we want to live in a society that guarantees freedom to the individual? Or do we want to live in a society in which there will be somebody who determines what you can and cannot be allowed to do? Right? Do you believe in freedom, Mom?
Mr. Perkins, I don't.
Do you believe in freedom?
I don't know the word believe. I know. And there's no way that's free and dumb. You can't free and dumb.
All right. Do you value freedom?
Mr. Perkins, yes, but how? We must question the word how, because the womb that carries male and female here, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Ma'am.
They're already free children.
Be that as it may, Ma'am, the question is whether people, individuals, persons in the country should be free or whether they should be enslaved. Right? Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'd like to speak with Mr. Perkins.
I am Perkins.
Oh, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
This thing about homosexuality, and as a matter of fact, the both of them actually come to abortion and homosexuality.
A what?
What people do not understand. Well, I put homosexuals, lesbians in three categories. The ready, the needy, and the greedy. The one who I call the ready was born that way and they have no control over their feelings, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I am prepared to assume that, sir.
He's in need. And the greedy gets into it because he's not in need but greedy for money.
Yes.
So you have three people. The first
well, you have women who are prostitutes.
Yes.
And get into that because of money.
That's a different thing. So
not necessarily because they're greedy, but because they have no other way of making a living.
Listen, man. I said a lot of things I will say that you might disagree with, but it doesn't matter. A homosexual is carrying a female spirit within him. So the female spirit craving for a man. And the same thing with lesbians. But the others who get into it is because of money. And the one who was born that way has no control over his feelings.
So how do you distinguish between the one who has no control over his feeling and the one who is in it because of money? How do you know which is which?
It's difficult for you or me to know who, but they know themselves.
Yes, all right.
Right? And another thing quickly, this case of abortion. Up to now, I have not heard one doctor saying that anything about what abortion really is. Well, we know what it is. It's to get rid of a child before it's born, of an entity before it's born. Now, what happens there? While the child is in the mother's womb, because it is moving around there, they said it is alive. It is moving off the mother's life force by the umbilical cord. That's why I'm asking a question now. Do the doctors and the midwives know why they slap a child on the buttocks if it did not cry out at birth? Do they know? I don't think they know.
Well, but why not? Why do you think they don't know? Why do you think they don't know?
Why don't they say it when they're talking about abortion? When there's a birth, if the child or whatever that is did not cry out within so many seconds, they slap it on the buttock because that is the time the child receives the breath of life.
Well,
not before, not in the mother's womb.
It starts breathing on its own. Yes, the idea is to start it breathing.
Beg your pardon?
I said the idea, as I understand it, is to start it breathing on its own.
That's why, because the spirit has not yet entered, that's why it can't breathe. And if it's
well, I don't know about any spirit, but
stillbirth. But I hope they know why they are slapping these that they can breathe.
Yes, all right.
The moment the baby say, that's the time it receives the breath of life. So they must stop foolishness about abortion and homosexuality.
Well, I think the baby was alive before.
No, sir, it was alive. Well, I wouldn't say it was alive. It exists on the mother's life force.
Yes.
Because it was connected to the umbilical cord.
Yes,
inside there. But the moment it's born, it's no longer connected to the mother's
Yes, and
life
it has among other things, to breathe.
It can't exist.
Yes.
That is the reason, sir.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, hello? 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 Sorry about that. Hello, yes?
I'd like you to assist me with a situation. A co-worker of mine. Hello?
Yes?
A co-worker of mine, two co-worker, one is not in the company anymore, so it's an ex-co-worker. Both of them had signed for each other at a finance loan agency. What happened, one of them left the work, and the other person that had signed for him is now have to be paying back for the loan because he's the one that signed it for him.
Yes.
He had went to the police, and the police take out a summons for him, and he had send the summons to the young man. A date was set for the court. He went, the young man did not turn up. The judge set another date. He went yesterday again, and the young man didn't turn up. And all she did was just set another date. So I'm asking, is this the procedure? You just go into court and you just call a name and the other person is not there and that's it?
Well, I didn't understand it to be that. But the question is, has the summons been served?
Yes, a police officer served the summons.
Then I should have thought that the man would have been obliged to come to court.
What is it he needs to do now? Because the large sum of money, and it is costing him because each fortnight it is coming out of his salary, while the other person is roaming on the street and he has a family.
I would suggest that he consult a lawyer.
He needs to consult a lawyer. Okay. It has to be from the legal aid clinic or private.
Well, it could be. I suppose it could be private. There's no reason why it can't be private. I'm not sure whether the legal aid people would take on a case like this. I don't know. Right?
But is it fair then for the case to call up in the court and the person is not there, you just call the name, and because the other person is not there, you just give a date without no explanation?
Well, I should have thought that the judge would have instructed the police to get hold of the man and lock him up or something.
Hello?
I'm saying that if he disobeys a summons to court, then I should have thought that the judge would have taken some action in relation to it.
Exactly, that's what I thought too, because the first apparently didn't turn up, and he didn't turn up again, and all she did was just write down and give another date, and this person has been taking time from work to go to this court session, and there's nothing being done.
Yes.
And I'm saying come back again in the next court session, we'll just write another date if the person doesn't turn up, because for me, I don't think he wants to turn up because he doesn't want to pay the money, so they need to take some action.
Well, I'm a little surprised to hear that the court is reacting like that, you know. Because, I mean, if people get the impression that the court can't deliver justice, then they might
And it even
think of going about it in other ways, you know.
It even makes one wonder if the summon was really served.
Well, all of that is a question. But if the record says that it was served, then I should expect it to have been.
So shouldn't it be a warrant out for this young man's arrest or something?
Well, I should have thought so. I don't know.
Trust me, the system out here is extremely, extremely bad. You don't get any justice. And I just assume the next court date will have the same.
It is just one of the features of Jamaican life that, that one of the elements of that just does not seem to be working, as it should.
So the best thing you said to do is to consult a lawyer.
Well, I would recommend that. All right?
Okay then. Thank you very much.
Okay. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Give your business a boost. Jan Small Business Loans presents Biz Boost, a low-interest loan for small and medium-sized businesses. Speedy processing, easy access, and flexible terms are yours. It's just the boost your business needs. Call now and give our field officers the opportunity to help you expand your business. Conditions apply. Call toll-free 1-888-725-6267 or visit your nearest Jan Small Business Loans branch or any Jamaica National branch island-wide. Biz Boost from Jan Small Business Loans. We mean big things for small businesses.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Frank.
Good afternoon to you, Mom. How are you?
Not bad. It's first calling you, trying to call you long time. I can't get you.
Why?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
You've done it now, though.
I have a little problem here.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to ask you if you could give me some time to speak to you off the air. I have a very important problem to put to you.
Well, I can't do that now.
You can't do that now. Or could you make an appointment for me to come to your office?
Well, call me back later on now after the program.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
You hearing me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
I was just wondering, I was hearing people talk today about the homosexuality, and I'm wondering why there's such a fixation.
You're wondering what?
And why there's so much hypocrisy.
Uh-huh.
And then I said to myself, that's probably why Jamaicans have been kept ignorant and illiterate.
Would you speak directly in... Hold on. Speak directly into the mouthpiece.
I am. Am I sounding a bit clearer now?
Yes, you're sounding better now.
Yes, this fixation with homosexuality. I'm surrounded. The news is, they're bombarded by news of young girls who are being abused, sexually abused by men. Whether it's deacon or pastor or whatever.
Yes.
And nobody, I don't hear any hue and cry about that.
Yes.
But once I don't necessarily have to condone homosexuality or be a part of it. You can abhor it if you want. But what are you going to do? Kill the people who practice it?
Yes, but I tell you
said something
Mom.
right this morning. You said if you abhor it, stay away from it. And don't keep company with people who practice it.
I don't like pork, and therefore I don't eat it. Right? But if you want to eat pork, this is not going to upset me.
No, but we have to address this thing.
Eat frogs legs if you like. I don't eat them. Right? But if you want to eat them, go ahead by all means. I have no problem with that. Right?
But you see, other people, and this is a big excuse for this mob violence because they are homosexuals, and then we all get very hot under the collar when homosexuality is mentioned.
Yes.
Good God. I mean, nobody's asking everybody to lie with their own kind, but leave people alone.
Hold on a
leave people alone. It is barbaric. And I was speaking to you earlier on this week where I was mentioning that a church bishop advocated flogging homosexuals in public.
Flogging them in public.
Myself, can a man of the cloth advocate something like that?
Oh yes, why not? Why not? You know that
in such a disgrace.
Hold on, Mom. You know that in the Christian religion, in the history of Christianity, a lot of people have been burnt at the stake. Right? They make up fire around them and burn them to death because of some slight doctrinal difference. There was There was one case hundreds of years ago in the early days of Christianity, right? Where a difference over whether the Trinity was of the same substance or of a similar substance, right?
Yes.
There were two Greek words. One was homoousios, of the same substance, and the other was homoousios, of a similar substance. And that difference was led to the burning at the stake of thousands of people. Right? And it was the view of St. Augustine that it was good to burn men's bodies for the good of their souls. Right?
Affliction, yes.
Yes.
But
so therefore,
I find
it should not surprise you.
Yeah.
Right? It should not, and this was not just one instance. There were numerous instances of it. And I mean, Christianity, difference between the Roman Catholic and the Protestant and Protestantism. Roman Catholicism and Protestantism.
One man wanted a divorce. Right? The king wanted a divorce and couldn't get it, so he went and made his own church.
Well, but
that's simple.
That difference led to a war in Europe that lasted 100 years. Right?
Exactly. I'm asking
or the better part of
if homosexuality is on the front burner, what about fornication?
What?
Flog the fornicators, flog the adulterers. Flog the thieves, flog the liars,
we don't want
flog everybody, but don't pick on one group.
We don't want to make it worse, Mom. Well, all that we need
is ridiculous. Like this gentleman called you and mentioned about if the majority wants something, then it should happen. This is why you have civil rights for minorities.
But hold on.
And he might be a minority.
You know that
himself.
Civilization. Right? You know what civilization is about? People living close together.
The essence of civilization is... Hello?
No, people living close together. Right?
Yeah.
In cities. In dense populations. in intensely populated areas, right? And therefore it implies a certain tolerance.
Yes.
You can't,
and
a certain respect for each other, right? People don't have to. People don't have to think as I think, or to value what I value, or to have my tastes in order to live next door to me. Right? It can't work that way. We have to be prepared to respect the rights of other people to make their own choices. If in making them, they're not in any way infringing upon our rights. Right? So if people want to,
whatever, because we can't even respect the rights of our neighbor to have to
yes.
We have the JLP and the PNP, and if you are JLP, we can't tolerate your view, and if you're a PNP, we can't.
There you are.
It's all part of the psyche of the Jamaican.
Yes.
Intolerance.
Yes. And this implies.
If you're engaged in a discussion with
this
somebody
implies,
who don't have their
this
views.
implies a basic lack of civilization.
Exactly.
Right. Well,
exactly. Anyway,
that is the problem with it.
Here, so. Yeah, you have a lot of work to do, and thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much for calling.
To support you.
All the best to you.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Mr. Perkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Perkins, I just want to comment about the justice system. You were speaking to...
Yes.
Yeah, you were speaking to a lady.
A moment ago.
Yes. Now, what is happening to Jamaica, right? There was a summons for this man to appear in court, not once, but twice, and there's going to be a third time. I mean, it's wasting the court's time. I would have thought that warrant for an arrest for this man to be brought in for wasting the court's time.
I should have thought so.
Yes. What are they doing in Jamaica?
Well, so.
You know, this is ridiculous. The man is clearly laughing at the justice system. He's around walking around. He's wasting the court's time. And that judge who, give another date. What? I'm at a loss. As to how Jamaican justice is. It's ridiculous, Mr. Perkins. If this was in the UK, there would have been a warrant for an arrest.
I should have thought
for this man, and he would have been brought to the court, and he would have been fined for wasting the court's time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah? I don't understand.
Yes.
Jamaican people. I really don't. I just wanted to get this across to you because I think something must be done about the justice system.
Yeah, well, even the government believes that.
The government? Well, I don't know. Miss Portia Simpleton Miller, I don't know if she's going to be doing anything about it, but it certainly needs shaking up for the small people.
You're quite right. I think so.
Well, that's all I have to say,
all right,
Mr. Perkins.
And bear in mind, that the inadequacy of the justice system has a bearing upon crime.
Yes.
Right?
Definitely.
Because if people don't believe that they can get justice
yes.
in the system,
they're going to take it.
Then they're going to take it into their own hands. I remember hearing Ronnie Thwaites on his program one morning, having a conversation with a police officer at the Central Police Station. Mm-hmm. Right? No. What am I talking about here? No, he was saying that he knew a man, he had a friend, right? And this man's daughter had been raped. And he didn't think it worthwhile going to the police about it. Right? He went to the Don in his area.
Yes.
And in 48 hours, the man accused of the rape was dead.
Yes. Because of the justice system.
All right.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. It makes me
People
so
have no
angry.
confidence in the justice system.
Yes.
That is the kind of thing that happens.
Yes.
Right?
I'm really disappointed
Yes.
with the system of Jamaica.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Get more from your money with a Golden Egg deposit account from COK. It pays more than your regular bank account. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Cosmopolitan Pools and Equipment Limited, the #1 rated pool store.
Keep your pool always looking fantastic with help from Cosmopolitan Pools, the #1 rated pool store. They engineer the most durable pool decks and interiors, and they also repair and refurbish your pool with a new look. Cosmopolitan Pools, shop number 2, Central Commercial Building, Ironshore Industrial Estates, Montego Bay, 953-3744. That's 953-3744. Cosmopolitan Pools, the #1 rated pool store.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a cold front and a high-pressure range in the vicinity of the island. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with periods of showers mainly over northern parishes. Over the next 3 days, look for mostly cloudy conditions with occasional showers mainly over hilly areas of northern parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Cosmopolitan Pools and Equipment Limited, the #1 rated pool store.
Power 106.
Welcome to Consumer Alert, the program which highlights the rights and responsibilities of consumers under the Consumer Protection Act. Today we will focus on misleading or deceptive conduct. Stay with us.
The Consumer Affairs Commission with the Consumer Protection Act is able to represent you, even in a court of law.
Whether you are buy or whether you are sell, get to know the facts of the act very well. CPA is here for your protection. Don't make nobody fool you up. Make sure you're getting a receipt. Labels upon everything where you eat. Information where you get complete in an English language, because that is what it speaks.
A message brought to you by the Consumer Affairs Commission, safeguarding the rights and responsibilities of consumers.
Nigel, which breeze blow you summer youth? You must in a some problem, cause it's one of them times you remember your big brother. So
Boy, me really have got to better, you know, cause you read me like a book.
You know.
A long time me no get a check down.
Long time.
My kinda in a little jam. You can help me?
Nigel, you mean the next one? The last time you come here, me have to bail you out. Is one now.
Well, this one not so serious. You want to say, me I try my best to set up my little place, since me in a nice relationship now. So I buy some things from a store downtown. When me go, them tell me about if I buy a certain package, me get a free gift. Me feel me could have killed 2 birds. You know what I mean? Set up the house and get Charmin a birthday gift same time. Cause money now run and her birthday around the corner.
Man, you never tell me the rest, cause I know how this is going to end up.
Sure, Patrick, listen up now, man. After I buy everything and choose my gift, then I go show me say, that gift then not there in a stock. But if I come back in a 3 days, then we fix that. Yo, I go there almost every day for 3 weeks and still no gift. I hear this family. Charmian birthday a day after tomorrow, and me now have no gift. So me that check say.
But Nigel, you should have a backup plan, man, especially like how me and you know, so them people are always deceive the public them way there. Them say come for this, and when you go, you get a next thing. So you want a money for buy Charmian gift.
Like I say, you read me like a book.
Oh boy, like a book.
Pay me what this one last time, cause you know, Charmian are the one for me, and I can't miss a beat with her birthday.
Alright. Hold this. But make sure you pay me back, you know.
Just cool, man.
It's just true, me check for Charmaine, that's why I help you out, you know, my youth. But you have to go make a complaint against them people there. We give you a 6 for your 9.
Patrick, bless up, my brother. Move you.
Again.
Consumers, no person or entity should, in the course of trade or business, engage in conduct that is misleading or deceptive, or is likely to mislead or deceive.
Any person or entity that does this commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction before a resident magistrate to a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year or to both such fine and imprisonment. Learn the facts. For more information, visit the CSE's website at www.consumeraffairsjamaica.gov.jm or call 926-165022.
Thanks for joining us on Consumer Alert, brought to you by the Consumer Affairs Commission, safeguarding the rights of consumers. Until next time, shop wisely.
The Consumer Affairs Commission with the Consumer Protection Act is able to represent you even in a court of law.
Whether you are buy or whether you are sell, get to know the facts of the act very well. CPA is here for your protection. Don't make nobody fool you up. Make sure you're getting a receipt. Label it on everything where you eat. Information where you get complete in an English language because that's what we speak.
A message brought to you by the Consumer Affairs Commission, safeguarding the rights and responsibilities of consumers.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Mutty.
Yes.
Okay, the caller which calls about the person which is not turning up in court.
Yeah, about what?
The person which is not turning up in court.
Yes.
Now, first you have to realize, you asked the question, the judge could, was this someone served?
Yes.
That person could be also off the island, right?
Yes.
The judge had to make certain that the guy get reasonable time after that a certain amount of time expired.
Yes.
What the judge will simply do, right, or the party, is to ask for a default judgment, which that person will swear, right? And when a default judgment is given, then the bailiff of the court will find that person level on his things to compensate for the person which he stands surety for.
I follow you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's also a civil court, and in civil court, they don't really locked up people. What they do is to harm to level on the things, right, okay? And so on. Right, so that party need to get a lawyer and ask for a default judgment, and then they'll put that person in the box and swear, right? And the court will give that person grant judgment against that the defend that person.
Yes.
And then they will eventually levy on the things.
Yes.
If he has anything. All right.
Well, that's the other one. But at any rate, he'll be found liable. A judgment will be given against him.
Will be given.
If he doesn't turn up in court to defend.
Exactly so.
Yes.
It may just drag out for a little time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good.
All the best to you. Okay, I think we have some information for you here.
Yeah. Here's a release. A release someone has sent us, and I went to the Mirant website, and Trinidad and Tobago, April 18th, 2007. Marubeni Corporation entered into a definitive purchase and sale agreement.
What is the name of the corporation?
Marubeni.
Marubeni.
Yes.
That's the Japanese.
Beni, B-E-N-I. Entered into a definitive purchase and sale agreement to acquire the business and assets of Mirant Corporation Caribbean Business for the consideration of TT $6.7 billion.
6.7 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars.
Yes. That is US $1.083
billion.
$1.082 billion.
Including debt of approximately $2.1 billion Trinidadian and estimated working capital at closing. Mirand's Caribbean business includes 80% controlling interest in Jamaica Public Service Company and 55% in Grand Bahama Power Company. Mirand also owns a majority stake of 39% of Trinidad's Power Gen, which owns and operates 3 power plants, 25% of Curaçao's utilities company provider of electricity and other utility services, and TT dollars to $5.1 million, that is US $40 million, convertible preferred equity interest in Aqualetra, an integrated water and electric company in Curaçao. The transaction is expected to close by mid-2007, subject to meeting certain conditions and closing. The financial advisors in the deal include JP Morgan Securities for Mirand Corporation.
So
that is one.
The
transaction.
The transaction according to that.
No, but
it's not yet closed.
Here is something. Atlanta, Mirand Corporation, New York Stock Exchange, MIR, announced today that it has entered into a definitive purchase and sale agreement with a subsidiary of Marubeni Corporation for the sale of its Caribbean business for $1.82 billion US. Just the same facts there.
So read that. That's they're both releases from Mirand.
Yes. 1.082 billion US dollars, which includes related debt of approximately $350 million US dollars, power purchase obligations of approximately $153 million, and estimated working capital at closing. The net proceeds to Mirand from the sale are expected to be approximately $563 million after payment of transaction costs, estimated to be approximately $14 million. Upon completion of the transaction, Mirand expects to realize a pre-tax gain of approximately $65 million for financial reporting purposes and a gains tax for reporting purposes of approximately $150 million. The transaction is expected to close by mid-2007 after the satisfaction of various conditions to closing. Mirand's Caribbean business includes controlling interests in 2 integrated utilities, Jamaica Public Service Company, of which Mirand owns 80%, and Grand Bahama Power Company, of which Mirand owns 55%. Mirand also owns 39% of Power Gen, the owner and operator of 3 power plants in Trinidad. 25% of Curaçao's utilities company, which provides electricity and other utility services, and $40 million convertible preferred equity interest in Aqualetra, an integrated water and electric company in Curaçao. JPS purchases power under power purchase agreements with 2 independent generation companies. The sole purpose of these independent companies is to generate power for sale to JPS. Prior to the 3rd quarter of 2006, Mirand had accounted for the PPAs as capital leases. During the 3rd quarter of 2006, Mirand re-evaluated these PPAs based on evolving interpretations of the Financial Accounting Standards Board, FASB interpretation number 46, consolidation of variable interest entities, as amended. As a result of this re-evaluation, beginning with the third quarter of 2006, Mirant now consolidates the assets and liabilities of the two independent generation companies and accordingly does not reflect the PPAs as capital leases. The PPAs will remain obligations of the JPS after the sale is completed. We have valued doing business in Curacao, Grand Bahama, Jamaica and Trinidad, said Edward R. Muller, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Mirant Corporation. We wish the people of all four countries and Marubeni Corporation great success. Mirant was advised in the transaction by J.P. Morgan Securities as financial advisor. Mirant is an energy company.
All right, leave it there. Thank you very much for that. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Ocherius and surrounding areas. For Decor roofing tiles, top quality clay tiles and more, call Quality Dealers Roofing Limited, 3 Milford Road, Ocherius, telephone 974-6424. Quality Dealers Roofing, serving you since 1972. The time by Quality Dealers Roofing is
1:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first. Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And I want to thank our friend in New York who sent that information to us this morning, or today, about the Mirant transaction. Interestingly, it will be interesting to hear Mr. Mullins this afternoon on the subject. I wonder if he's going to be broadcast on radio. Mr. Shaw was saying this morning that the Labour Party, the opposition, has a concern about the continuation of the contract on which the government gave to Mirant and which allows Mirant to generate electricity or sell electricity at such high cost to the people of Jamaica and businesses in Jamaica. Whatever they're doing about it, they're going to have to do it pretty quickly because this sale is on the way. Anyway, we have some more information there.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Hi, Mr. Perkins, says this email. I wish you would call attention to that very interesting story on page 2 of the Gleaner. It's about a court gag which remains on the media. And here it is. The gag order issued last week.
This is on what page of the Gleaner?
Page A2.
Page A2?
A2.
Uh-huh.
The gag order issued last week, which is severely hampering journalists covering proceedings in the Corporate Area Resident Magistrates Court continued Monday when a reporter was ordered to sit at the back of the courtroom. Resident Magistrate Judith Pusey, in issuing the order, told the Mail reporter that he was a private citizen, so he should sit at the back. The reporter was at the front section of the courtroom, and the RM made it clear that the section was reserved for the police and officers of the court. Quote, I spoke to you about this last week, and I will not speak to you again. This area of the court is for lawyers and officers of the court. You are to sit at the back. You can write what you want to write because you are paid to write. But once you are in this court, you are to sit at the back, and the police must enforce the rule, unquote, the RM said. The reporter then left the courtroom, and the RM ordered the police to enforce the rule. Some police commented after court had adjourned that it seemed they were clamping down on the media. A lawyer said, quote, the press plays an important role in society, and therefore a press table should be provided at the front of the courtroom for the reporters because they need to hear what is happening in the court.
Why did that lawyer say that?
In order to give
Why did that lawyer
reports.
say that in court to the judge, to the RM?
Reporters covering the Corporate Area Resident Magistrates Court have complained that it is very difficult to hear what the RM or the clerk of courts is saying when they sit at the back. It was reported last week that a court official gave directives that the only information to be given to reporters is the names of the accused, the date of the offense, and the age of the accused. According to a clerk of the courts, the directives are that not even the allegation, the address, or the profession of the accused must be given.
You know, power is a very dangerous thing. It tends to go to the head. I think that those of us who have power need to understand that they have that power not for their own satisfaction, but to serve the public interest. And the public has an interest in what goes on in our courts. Justice is not a cloistered virtue. It is not only of some importance, but it is of fundamental importance that justice should not only be done, but that it should manifestly and undoubtedly seen to be done. And that reporter seeking a seat in the courts is one of the means by which justice might be seen either to be done or not to be done. To be done. Right? And he should be afforded every facility in bringing that information to the public. Poor us. God knows where we're going in this country.
Dear Mr. Perkins, yesterday you remarked on the case of the taxi driver that had been sentenced to 40 days imprisonment. If I recall rightly, this was the same man whose wife had an altercation with the police at Halfway
Was
Tree.
beaten by the police.
And the dear Prime Minister had ordered an inquiry to be done immediately and a report made on it to her.
Yes.
Can you say if such an inquiry was held and if there was a report submitted to the PM and what action or inaction did she take in this matter?
Well, if any such things have been done, they've been kept secret, so far as I know. We haven't heard that any inquiry took place, that any report was submitted to the Prime Minister, and that the Prime Minister, nor that the Prime Minister did anything about it, or has done anything about it.
Mr. Perkins, will you please repeat for me, as I missed it, the name of the company that Mr. Shaw said sent the money to Trafigura? If that is what he said, I missed his broadcast on radio and didn't see it on TV as expected.
Yes. The company's name is Metal... What is it? Metal something.
Well, Mr. Shaw did speak of a company called Intermetal International.
Intermetal International, yes.
I think, yes, but I don't know the details of it.
Oh, yeah.
Dear Mr. Perkins, what do you think of the possibility of the Prime Minister instituting an inquiry into the sale of profits? You notice I've spelled it Profits. And also in the false PhDs.
What do I think of?
The Prime Minister instituting an inquiry into the profits. Some spell it Profits and others Profits. Please note the spelling, and also an inquiry into false PhDs.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that the Prime Minister is going to do any such thing.
Mr. Perkins, will you explain for us the matter of the fire trucks? I cannot understand from this morning conversation what the gentleman was speaking about regarding trucks coming from France and trucks coming from the U.S.
Well,
as I understand it, the U.S. suppliers agreed to fix it. I wonder at whose expense.
Sorry.
Wasn't the Prime Minister the minister in charge of fire trucks when those trucks were ordered?
Yes, she was in charge of the Ministry of Local Government.
Mr. Perkins, please say at whose expense these repairs were being made.
Well, I don't know. I haven't got that information. But I expect that the Prime Minister, when she comes to speak in the budget debate, will have some information for the House of Representatives and the people of Jamaica. Okay. Thanks for those emails. Hello? We go back to the telephones now. Hello, yes?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
A pleasant good afternoon to you.
The same to you, sir.
I'm calling for the first time on your program.
Oh, thank you. We've had a number of first-time callers this morning.
Excuse me, I didn't get that.
I'm saying that we've had a number of first-time callers today.
Yes, I've been listening. It's ironic because I'm a Jamaican, but I'm here in the U.S. And I was just thinking about how ironic it is as we speak about the opportunities actually being non-existent here in Jamaica. You know? But I must say, I love your program, and you are doing a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you.
But what would you advise, like our young people today there in Jamaica? Because I'm a 32-year-old.
32?
Yes, 32.
And when I look into all that's happening back at home, it's really daunting, right? And it says nothing for us as young people. We have nothing to look forward to, you know. And for me, myself, I have kids, and when I think about what their future will be like there in Jamaica, it's really a very distressing thought, you know.
Yes.
What would be your advice to someone like myself?
Look, sir, I wish very much that I were in a position to say that you were talking damn nonsense. Right? I very much wish it. But I don't think I'm in a position to tell you that. Will you hold on for a moment?
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 2 o'clock.
We sell world-class brands like no one else does. We get your vehicle fixed like nobody else can. We sell genuine parts like nobody else. Who are we? KIG, the home of Subaru, Land Rover, Jaguar, and Ford. The home of experienced professionals who know your vehicle inside out. World-class brands, genuine parts, and the very best in service. Come to the experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Hello?
I was, from what I know of my father, he was a laborite, so to speak. And I would have gotten a bit of the JLP ruling back in the late 80s, from what I can remember, right? And from what I remember, it is obvious that they were doing a better job then than the People's National Party has done in 18 years.
You think so?
You know? And Mr. Siaga has been demonized for very much like the same thing that you are demonized for in terms of speaking the truth towards what is happening in the country. You know? But I try to put our sentiments out from my reasoning when it comes down to the politics of the country. And even though my father was a laborer, and I have brothers who are the same, you try to reason the thing from an objective point of view. And the truth of the matter is you cannot come up with anything objective as far as the KMP is concerned. Because when I say that in terms, I mean positive things. There's nothing positive that we can talk about over the 18 years that they have that they have done. You know, and no opportunity that they have created for the younger generation. And it scares the hell out of a person who is sitting and looking on the thing without sentiment, you know, without any affiliation, whether it be PNP or GLP affiliation, just looking on the thing more objectively. And Mr. Sierra, I remember, I think it was back in the early 90s, Mr. Sierra said that 3/4 of the population is ignorant or unlearned. I don't want to say that unlearned is the word that he used. But a lot of persons jump on the thing and they...
I don't remember Mr. Siaga say. I think he may have done. Dr. Omar Davis said something similar. Eh?
So that he said, yeah. But I remember Mr. Siaga saying something toward that. I don't want.
Very likely, I don't know. I can't remember.
Right? But persons were so upset. But the thing with Mr. Siaga is that he tends to speak what he believes. And as we would have said back home, him no hold him out of ground when he talk. And a lot of persons don't like that. You know? And the truth of the matter is, these are the things that is happening here in the country. And persons tend to close their eyes, turn their back on the thing, and because of their PNP affiliation, everybody, they are forgetting the whip that is over our back and the depression that this party is causing us.
Yes.
You know, and I think it's time for us to really open our eyes and see what is happening, because it is not a blind man can see what is happening, and that's the truth, right? So, and you know, God help us all this upcoming election. They should, by any means, get a fifth term, because that would be it for the country.
Well, sir, I don't know. You must listen to other persons who do radio programs and so on. Listen to the spokespersons for the party and the spinners for them. Read the newspapers, and maybe you'll form a different opinion. I don't know.
Mr. Perkins, the only opinion I have is that for the 17 or 18 years that the PNP has been in power, there is one thing that can define that period, and it's an era of depression. That's all that there is to it.
Well,
when the PNP does get into power, we can have that as one of our stands, the era of depression.
Again, sir, I wish that I could say that you were talking damn nonsense. Right? But I haven't got it in my power to say that.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Perkins, continue to do the job you're doing. I'm just wondering who it is that you're training to take your place in the event.
I'm not sure that my place is that much worth taking, sir. I'm not sure that my place is that much worth taking. Anybody can take it, I suppose.
You're the big mother. You keep up the good work.
All right.
A wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Brother P.
Hi.
Greetings.
How are you?
Peace profound.
I haven't heard from you for the longest time.
Boy, I tell you, I've been getting some requests, demand, suggestion that I need to call Mutty. Too much issues are going on.
Oh, is that so?
I tell them that I have to be trying hard to elude the wooden spoon and the salt. But I shall return. By the way, I hear the latest news.
What is that?
West Indies falls apart. The centuries cannot hold. Mere anarchy was loosed upon the seas.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, but I'm sure it...
But that was foreseeable a long time ago, you know, sir.
Yes.
It didn't need Prophet Finn to tell you that was going to happen.
That's what you mean. Indeed. Oh, you know, Mutty, before I go any further, let me take time out to express my sincere condolences to the family of a gentleman who used to call this program. A gentleman who is steadfast against corruption.
Corrupted.
Yes.
Oh, Lord. We haven't heard that word for quite...
Indeed.
We're not hearing it enough these days.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Call him Sonny, some call him Devon.
Yes.
Yes, man.
Yes, I know he died.
Yes, he used to call the program here, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, man. He used to touch
things are so corrupted.
Indeed. Indeed. Mutty, some conscious citizens of conscience out here in Radioland would like to find out what was the result of this situation the other day where a foreman of a jury made a mistake. Was it in the home circuit court or somewhere like that?
Oh, yes.
In a
I
carnal
gave the wrong verdict.
Yes.
I think the last thing I saw was that the matter was to be taken to some other court. I'm not sure whether the Court of Appeal or...
Oh, what? Repeat that, Mutty. I had some technical problem.
My understanding, I think I read something in a paper.
Yes.
To the effect that that the matter was to be taken to a higher court.
Yes.
Yes.
Then we'll be able to correct it.
I don't know.
Yes.
But what sort of case was it again?
It was a carnal abuse case.
Oh, carnal abuse.
Yes.
And where is the man involved?
Where is the man?
Yes, is he in prison? Is he locked up?
Yes, he was well, after it was brought back to the attention of the honorable judge, he was still remanded,
Oh.
Yes.
Well,
unfortunately.
A little rough on him.
Indeed. Yes. Said guilty instead of not guilty.
Yes.
I mean, I have had the privileged experience of being the foreman on case, or shall I say cases. And I know that it can be stressing at times, but boy, this one is really incredible.
This, I don't understand it.
Yes.
I don't understand
I mean, indeed. Mutty, yesterday, some other conscious citizens of conscience gave me a call. And I came across a few persons as well. And they're asking me what the duck is really going on in Jamaica. So I asked them, so what they mean. Yesterday, them turn on them TV, expecting to see some serious issues unfolding in terms of the budget debate. And all them see was cartoon for one station, must CVM.
Oh, is that so?
And some crap comedy on the other one. I mean, don't get me wrong, me love watch Tom and Jerry sometime. Papa is relaxing and the others. But I mean, serious business, man.
Well, I don't know. I just wonder whether there was some wish not to publicize too much what Mr. Shaw was saying.
I mean, when Dr. Davis was speaking...
It was broadcast on CVM in the night, though.
In the night?
At night, after 9 o'clock.
Oh?
I think so. It was... I was under the impression that it was going to start at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
It didn't. They had some other program. But I think it was broadcast later on at night.
But there are many conscious citizens of conscience out here.
Yes.
Who do not spend their time listening to music around the clock and playing CD or watching cable. They want to know what a guan.
Yes, but there are others who don't think that it is the best thing for them to know what a guan, because if they do, they might sort of go against the word of God.
Yes. Oh. Another thing, Mutty. Well, I hope they'll be able to correct this next time around.
Well, I hope so.
Whosoever is speaking, we want to know what a guan. I mean, grant you, some of us might be in the minority.
Yes.
In terms of serious issues, in the country.
Yes.
But let us have the opportunity, no?
But I don't know if you heard Mr. Shaw's speech was carried on Radio Jamaica.
Yes.
And I thought it devastating.
Indeed. Yes, I managed to
as I was saying to him this morning.
Yes.
It was all about scandal.
Oh. By the way, Mutty, before I forget.
Yes.
Can you confirm reports that Mr. Bobby Pottinger has won his case at the Privy Council?
It is in the paper somewhere. I think in the Gleaner this morning.
Yes.
I haven't gone through the story yet.
Yes.
But I saw the headline.
I'm wondering if it is a situation similar to...
what was this case about again? I don't...
Some land that...
Yes, it's some land matter.
Yes.
And my understanding is that he has won the case.
Yes. I'm wondering if it is in the same spirit in which you have squatters' rights. If a person occupy a land undisturbed for a certain amount of years.
Yes.
They, which is a logical, mind you, I grant you.
I don't really remember the details of this case.
Indeed.
But I heard it on a radio or television program.
Yes.
And then it was in the Gleaner this morning, I think.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure Mr. Pottinger will find the Privy Council, shall I say, ideal court.
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know.
Not to...
I'm not sure. I suspect that he won the case.
Indeed.
But I haven't read it, so I...
Yes. I heard you telling a caller a while ago, Mutty, that he should check out some of the other, current affairs program.
Yes.
Well, this morning I was checking out another current affairs program, Mutty, and they had a link with an overseas station.
Yes.
And I hear a lady calling and give the host of the program out here a substantial piece of tongue lashing.
You're joking.
Say, how the hell can you be open up your program and call clinical psychologists to chat about what happened in Virginia?
Hold on a little bit.
Yes.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online.
Yes, Brother P.
Yeah.
Yes, man, this lady gave the host of the local program on this side a heavy dose of tongue lashing. Say, how the hell, when there are so many burning issues happening in Jamaica, you open up your program with clinical psychologists, a chat about what happened at Virginia Tech University. Sad as it was, you know?
Yes.
When there are so many clear and present dangers, seen and unseen taking
that's
place in
true,
Jamaica.
true.
She even mentioned some time ago about a shooting incident that left 27 people dead in one community somewhere in the island of Jamaica.
Yes, indeed.
This lady seemed to have a heart for her country.
And you know, it is one thing for 33 people, 32 plus himself,
right,
to be killed by some
maniac,
idiot, you know,
jackass,
a lawbreaker.
Yes.
But to have it done by those who are paid to uphold the law.
Indeed.
Right?
Yes.
That's a different matter, isn't it?
Indeed. Indeed. Yes.
Paid by the Jamaican people, and then they go around and slaughter Jamaicans. You know? Totally different matter.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes, man. The host of that program was left, shall I say, substantially speechless.
Oh, is that so?
Indeed. I guess next time when she reaches, she will have to correct it.
Yeah, indeed.
Indeed. Talking about correct it, Mutty. Can you explain to me why is it Mr. Dr. Notice, a gentleman who I have a lot of respect for, you know?
Yes.
Because he really stood up for people who, you know, are the downtrodden and persons who have lost their freedom some time ago and other things. Why is it in this case, Mutty? Have you get any clarification? Is there any logic to his argument?
Well, I heard him on...
giving his fellow colleagues less than notice in the St. Catherine Parish Council.
I heard him on Cliff Hughes's program.
Yes.
One night last week, I think it was. one evening.
Yes.
Fumbling around. Right?
Yes.
And it seemed to me that he was talking a lot of damn nonsense. I mean,
yes.
He was making allegations, but he couldn't substantiate his allegations.
Oh.
You know?
Yes.
He had no evidence
yes.
to support what.
Oh.
And the mayor was there.
Yes.
And he seemed a lot more credible.
Yes.
Than Dr. Notice. So.
Oh.
I don't know. I just wondered whether.
And when you're fumbling around with Cliff Hughes, you know that you're off the ball.
Well.
You know.
He did a fair amount, a considerable amount of fumbling.
Yes. Another thing, Mutty. Some conscious citizens of conscience out here in Raiderland are wondering what happened to the voices. You know, some people the other day were calling for some severe, extreme, and resolute measures against, shall I say, children who have sex with children underage. And we're wondering, you know, what is the logic of it? Should there be so severe? I mean, you have young people who, out of a sense of experiment, sometimes youthful exuberance, sometimes lack of understanding our legal.
Yes, well, but I noticed that there has been the odd case in which a man.
Well, that is what are coming to the people are asking what happened to the voices of those persons who were calling for severe, extreme, and resolute measures against, I mean, let's say, for example, a boy who might be 15, 16, 14.
Yes.
I mean, what happened to those persons?
Well, I don't know, sir. I saw this case reported.
Yes.
Where this man had over a 3-year
Yes.
3-year period.
Yes.
Sexually molested this young lady, young girl. And he was given a suspended sentence.
Indeed.
I wonder why.
Yes. You know, this is not a teenager now.
Oh, judgment, what fled to brutish beasts.
This one cannot be dismissed as experiment or youthful exuberance. Can it?
Yes, well, it seems to me that one of the elements of justice is equity.
Yes.
And one wonders what has happened to equity.
We don't want the justice system coming like a cash pot or a lotto thing, you know.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. Before I go, Mutty, you often talk about surge protectors. Something very important.
Yes.
Somebody is telling me that there is surge protector and there is surge protectors. So how you know which one is
well, the one that I recommend is one that is made here in Jamaica.
Yes.
It is, in my experience, excellent.
Yes.
Many years ago, when we were living in Malvern, in St. Elizabeth, I bought one of those things. Plugged my fridge into it.
Yes.
Came back home one day.
Yes.
And found it blown. You know?
Yes.
I took it back to the people and told them about it, and the man said to me, it's all right, we'll fix it for you. So I waited and they fixed it, and he gave it back to me, and I said, well, how much is that? He said, oh, no, it's all right. You're the only person who is having a problem like this.
Oh.
And so I upgraded it a bit for you.
Yes.
So I thanked him.
That's very nice.
And I went and plugged it back in.
Yes.
And one day I was at home.
Yes.
We had a thunderstorm.
Yes.
And I heard there's a flash of lightning. And I heard one horrendous explosion in the kitchen.
Can imagine.
And when I went out there,
yes,
the thing was all burnt up as it had been before. Right?
Yes.
And but the fridge was fine.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, thank God.
So I took it back to him.
Yes.
And I said that, I now know what happened to this thing, and I told him the story.
Yes.
And he said, all right, I'll fix it for you. So he fixed it. And I said, well, how much is that? He said, no, man, it's all right. So I said, but don't be absurd. I didn't buy this to resist lightning. I didn't expect it to. Right? And you did it for me once. I mean, so I said, no, it's all right. I mean, I've just upgraded a little bit. And, so I have been for years since then.
Yes.
There is nothing in my house, no fridge, no radio,
Yes.
no television set,
Yes.
tape recorder,
Yes.
nothing of the kind
Yes.
that I have in my house
Yes.
that is not plugged into at least one of these things,
Surge protectors.
right?
Indeed.
That particular one,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Which is a one that's made right here in Jamaica.
Yes.
It's one with has a metal casing.
Yes.
Looks like aluminium.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Silver looking like.
Yes.
And it has two little lights at the front of it.
Yes.
Red and a green light. When you plug it in, the red light comes on.
Yes.
If you call me off the air, I can give you a telephone number where you can get in touch with them.
I'll certainly do
Yes,
that.
It's very good.
Yes. Mutty, did you hear of a situation the other day where from September of last year, a gentleman who has been parading as a doctor, I don't remember if it is the university hospital, have been
Yes, he's a Canadian, is he?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that is extraordinary.
Well, extraordinary in the sense that how has the university hospital been allowing this kind of thing to go on?
I wonder if persons parading as professional and experts are behind the scenes at a certain department that persons call and complain about every day on every program.
What department that is?
I think they call it the art. Is it a far-fetched conclusion,
Well,
Mutty?
I wonder.
Yes.
I don't know, sir.
I must ask you, Mutty, are you satisfied with the response of black government, shall I say, around the world to the Zimbabwe situation?
To the Zimbabwean situation?
Yes, where the leader of the opposition and his colleagues have received severe, extreme, and resolute brutality.
Well, I have never been a Mugabeist.
Yes.
I came across Mr. Mugabe years ago.
Yes.
In
What's his name?
New Delhi.
Margan Shangarai?
In New Delhi.
Yes.
And I got the impression I got was that I wouldn't particularly like to encounter him on a dark street on a dark night, you know.
You mean he's as handsome as Yasser Arafat?
But
yes.
you know, there's a problem with black governments the world over, you know. So.
Yes.
And I think that in our own interest as black people,
yes,
we need to look into this issue.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Why it is that black countries generally are performing so poorly
Indeed.
in the world.
Fundamental question.
Right?
Yes.
And when one looks at the African countries,
yes,
so many of them are so well endowed with, you know, minerals and all this kind of thing.
Natural resources.
And natural resources.
Yes.
You know, one might have expected that if they could get themselves organized and moving, you know, they could do very well. There is at least one, Botswana, that very limited in terms of resources,
right,
but doing much better than most other African countries.
And I hear that the new president of Kenya is ridding the country of corrupt officials.
Well, good for him.
Yes.
Right? And good for Kenya.
And the president of Liberia has fired the finance minister and the whole league of them when she took over.
Well, let's hope that we're moving into a new era.
Yes.
Right?
But look how much noise some of these countries made when the situation in South Africa back in those days of Nelson Mandela.
Yes, indeed.
So what happened to these voices now?
But look at Jamaica.
Yes.
We could have been doing a lot better than we are.
Indeed.
Right?
Yes.
And sometimes I've said, you know, that if I were a black American,
yes,
I would feel very bad about what is going on in countries like Jamaica.
Yes.
Because if we had shown a better example.
Yes.
I mean, if we had been the Singapore of the Caribbean.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
I think it would have had an impact on the lives of black people in the United States, you know.
Is there any Caribbean island that you could describe as the Singapore of the Caribbean?
No, I don't think so. But Barbados is possibly the closest to it.
Yes.
You know.
Good example, eh?
Yes. But Singapore is out of our realm completely.
Indeed. Yes.
Okay. That is about as far as we can go.
Take it easy.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. That brings us then to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place, and we look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.
Power 106.
Both sides of the story.
We always need to hear both sides.